Hello everybody! Today we're going to be doing a little bit more of the Subarashiki Hibi playthrough. Now today's actually going to be really quite cool because we're just going to be doing a little bit of a, I don't really want to say a reread, it is technically a reread, but it's more just looking into everything that we were reading just at the end of last episode because I really had to rush last time. I was kind of losing sleep, to be honest, but now's a Friday, so yeah, that's really helpful in terms of just how much I can play. I have so much time today, which is really fucking good. So firstly, what we're just going to do, re-explore that, and then secondly, we're going to see what the hell is going to happen in this theme park trip. And yeah, there were so many things that were really saucy that were said, so I'm actually really quite did I really just say that? I meant I'm really quite excited just to analyze everything that we've previously read. So yeah, gonna do that, and then we're gonna hope that we will see more of either, or at least I'm gonna hope that we're gonna see more of, I don't know, maybe Ayana, or I really hope we're gonna go up to the roof of Building C with Zakuro and everybody else. That would make a really interesting part of the visual novel. I don't know, there are so many things to look forward to, if I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, here we go. Let's begin our analyzing process. Yeah, so let's just read it all again, why not? And let's just see if we can find anything interesting. Oh yeah, no, it was actually really interesting, this part here. I mean, it's just a land of wonder, even though the wonder is so cheap and it's just amalgamated together. There's no point of it. Well, it shouldn't be wonderful, but it is because of emotional attachment, basically. Yeah, but this is interesting as well. Yeah, it's funny that Yuki thinks it's a joke. They do make... I find that really quite funny. I mean, she totally realises... But I don't disagree, if I'm going to be honest. Anytime anything remotely, let's be honest, sexual comes up, or romantic, they will act strange. I mean, they're embarrassed as fuck, and Kagami, I think she definitely has a thing for Yuki, easily. Yeah, but that's really interesting. It just totally makes... it seem as if Kagami and Tsukasa are just complete inconveniences. I really do wonder if she's just having to bear them just so that she can be with Yuki. Actually, I don't know. I mean, they did get on quite a long... I feel like they have had some fun together. I just don't really feel it would have been as enjoyable. Like, for example, I don't know, the King's Game? I don't really think that would have been as enjoyable if they all didn't get along. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually really quite funny, yeah. Shaved ice is good, my god, I remember there was this one time. Well, there's this one place in a food hall that I really like that does shaved ice, and fucking hell, it's amazing. It really is. Yeah, that's actually really quite interesting. She's doing all the paying. I mean, it really is as if Zakuro is just trying to get Yuki on a date. Let's be honest here. Yeah, no, there really are. I can totally think of fairs that are local that are, let's be honest, they're really quite run down. They're crap as well. And yet they still have people sometimes, and sometimes they're crowded. They usually occur during spring to autumn time. I think they're most common in the autumn, actually. I really like this description. It's very well done, I think. Yeah, I like that. I wonder if this has any link to Subahibi. Could you imagine if it does? Yeah, happy people that don't really need to worry about the expense of a world to have fun. Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying yesterday, yeah. About hanging around with so many people that distort your impression of reality that it is starting to have that subtle effect on you. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the date stuff. This is really cool. But this is suspicious as well. Yeah, but no, that's just really unusual, because what will happen if they find the beginning and the end of the sky? I mean, the thing is, Zakudou kind of is treating this as if there is something genuinely supernatural that occurs here. And it's just really weird. I don't get why they wouldn't be together the next day. Unless it would be... So it's either something that she believes is supernatural, or maybe it's a death, or maybe it could be a death because of something she believes that is supernatural. Maybe she's going to die for a purpose that she believes, but in reality it will never happen. I feel like that could be likely, I don't know. Maybe it's as if the angel makes the doll float, so she then, I don't know, tries to catch the angel herself and falls? I don't know. Yeah, but no, that is really weird, because that would totally imply just suicide, if you ask me, at least. But yeah, it's a totally reasonable conclusion. Yeah, but I totally disagree. Why would you even bring it up in the first place if it's not true? Yeah, Yeah, I do agree. You do have to ask her about that. I mean, it is really important. Yeah, so there's 5:58 and 10:44 even. I mean, I just genuinely wonder what the connection between these things is. I mean, maybe there's some sort of numerical connection between the time. Or maybe the days. Or maybe the amount of seconds or minutes between them. Maybe there's a number that's going to be significant later on in the story, and then July 12th, 2012, 10:44, and July 16th, 2012, 5:58 are going to have some sort of relation together. It's always in the evening, by the way. Yeah, I agree. There could be, yeah. Yeah, but I just love that she says something so insanely abnormal, and she just makes it sound as if it's just an everyday occurrence. I just go on the wrong side of a school balcony and then try to fucking drop a doll. I mean, it's so weird. Yeah. Yeah, but it's just total chance about the fact that if the summer triangle was visible or not. Yeah, but that is actually really quite unusual, because the borderline implies that... Oh, I don't really know, because why would there be a borderline in finding the beginning and the end of the sky? I mean, what would be in the middle of the beginning and the end? What you can perceive in reality, maybe? I mean, what, could you just say it being the borderline could imply a total fail? I don't know. Or maybe she's found the beginning and the end of the sky, but the only thing is she hasn't dropped the doll correctly, because she said there was an art to it, oddly enough. Yeah, but that is really interesting. But yeah, that's really weird. And isn't it interesting, Ayana, and what she said about the belief of parallel universes and loads of different souls. I mean, I think like her can exist even in this kind of place. That just kind of sounds like, I don't know, maybe she could exist in a parallel world, a worse world, you know, a more brutal world, but she could also exist in a place like this. That's just really, really odd. Yes, something like her. No respect whatsoever, but it's really interesting. Maybe this is just, well, Zakudor's maybe found out a reason as to why someone like Ayana would exist in this world. But the only thing is, it's just so weird because, I mean, yeah, what is the conversation? I love how much it's drifted off. Yeah, that's interesting. They've definitely got bad history, her and Ayana. Yeah, and that kind of confirms it. Yeah, but that is also interesting. I mean, especially when you think about the previous date and the fact that you can't see his face. I mean, could that imply that he's either dead or maybe he's been murdered or something? And yeah, it's interesting because that sounds like you've done something really bad to get here. Maybe her parents not being where she is could have an indication. Maybe they don't want to be around her. Yeah, that's odd. That is interesting, and maybe that could imply a really bad deed that has happened. Yeah, they did. Yeah, and she totally tries to brush it off. It could be very incriminating. Who knows? Practice. Yeah, no. I feel like this could be a lie, but at the same... No, actually, I don't think it would be. But at the same time, why would you do it in a public place like a school? I mean, she clearly doesn't care about what other people think of her. Yeah, but that is really, really interesting. And also just, but yeah, that is odd. Yeah. But what I also find really interesting, so it's saying that the sky is wrong because of the fact that the doll should float with the correct technique, but at the same time it doesn't. But that kind of is saying that, like, the normal world that obeys the normal laws of physics is wrong because of the fact that it is working like it should. I mean, that's just genuinely so weird. It just really sounds like somebody who, well, they just want an ideal that will never happen, and they'll try as much as they can, but they will never get it. Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah, that is interesting. Agreed, yeah. Oh yeah, no. Isn't it interesting that she's totally composed, even though she's the one organising the date? Yeah. I love that everybody says this to distract issues. What does she sound like when she says this? Oh, never mind. It's kind of neutral. Bit intense and bit stressed, but still. Neutral is the way I'd describe it. Yeah, but that does make sense. Yeah, I suppose I do kind of see what you mean, though. I mean, a dream is cheap because of the fact that... I mean, if something's cheap, like, let's say, for example, if you have a really cheap monitor, it's... Well, it may... no, actually, that's a bad analogy. Let's say you have a really cheap ambition that you know can never happen. Let's just say, for example, you want to fly. You could try to fly, but it's never going to happen. So it's just going to fade away. Kind of like how a dream would. Because no matter what happens in a dream... Maybe it won't ever happen in real life. And when I think dream, I don't think aspiration. I think more the dream you have when you're asleep. Yeah. Oh, we're done. Yeah, that was really interesting. Spirit Room, the End Sky. Strange name. Oh, I've already read this. Funny that just after reading some of the Forbidden Scrollery manga, I'm reading stuff about spirit-related rooms. It says it's a spirit room, so it's probably one of those scary attractions. It does actually, yeah, that's a good point. I've already read this, so let's just skim it. She really sounds like Shannon from Umineko, or is that just me? Oh my god, yeah, time to see. There's really unsettling music as well. Get that shit up. They're building out a bizarre structure. That was the... Oh my god, I love that they're just totally reflecting the atmosphere of the theme park here. That was the one thing that made me uncomfortable. Other than that, it looked like an ordinary attraction. I see. It was one of those attractions where you ride around in a gondola. Oh, it's one of those. I couldn't tell if the rails were rusted or what, but they were making it unpleasant. Oh, shit. Yeah, we sat in the gondola, such a funny word, and looked at various worlds that passed us by, each of which have been, oh my god, neatly demarcated from the last. But when it says demarcated, I swear I've heard that word before. Alright. Oh, separate or distinguish from. It really sounded like, I don't know, for example, desecrate, or just something that was that have really bad connotations. So I just instinctively think that that's the case, but no. At first, we were surrounded by never-ending darkness. It felt like we were rising and falling, or even moving from side to side sometimes. God, they've done... This soundtrack is really weird. But we couldn't really tell for sure what was happening in the dark. What is this? What the fuck? This is really weird. Hang on a second, are you telling me this is like a haunted convenience store? What? What the heck, are we going to a convenience store? Did we go the wrong way? Seriously, yeah. But that's the weirdest thing. It looks like it's been stocked. It looks like it's been stocked though. I don't understand. That can't be it. Why would anyone come to a convenience store on a creepy gondola like this? Besides, there aren't any customers or employees. Why don't you sound so scared? Yeah. There really isn't anyone here. It's kind of scary how dark it is too. If something popped up right now, it might actually scare me. Yeah, reasonable. That's so odd. I like that. Very unusual, but very cool at the same time. I love how you're just getting... I think fears like these really, really work because it's something that you see on an everyday occurrence, but it's something that you would never, ever want to go... You never want to be in a massive convenience store alone, and also you wouldn't want to be in one when everything is completely dark. Yeah, so you're just taking everyday places and making them fucking terrifying. I love it. God, this is wrong. I was expecting someone dressing up like a ghost to pop out at any moment, but nothing happened. That's unusual. Oh, yeah, definitely abandoned. Yeah, making a real realism there. The thin layer of dust on all the shelves is a bit eerie.
一つくらいお菓子もらってこうかな。
She's actually thinking of doing that. Do you think they'd mind if I took a piece of candy? You really think that's genuine candy, though? And how old is it as well?
ダメですよ、そんなの。ご自由にお取りくださいなんてどこにも書いてありませんよ。
You can't do that. It's not like there's a sign that says 3 samples or anything.
でも防犯カメラの電源入ってないよ。
Oh my god, she's hilarious. But the security cameras aren't even turned on.
そういう問題では。
But that's not the problem here. I grabbed a bag of potato chips from a nearby shelf. Oh my god, 13 years. Hang on a second, that's actually really coincidental. July the 20th. I mean, when was the... It was July the 16th. That's so ironic. So July the 16th was the day Zakador was looking up. And this is probably... It may be July the 17th. Or it could be July the 20th. I don't know. Oh my god. July 20th, 1999. Yeah. It really is. I don't think it would be very sanitary or... Yeah, but also very healthy, I meant to say. This is an antique. Let's stop this. She's really insistent. It was starting to make sense. The scenery didn't just look old. Yeah, it really was old. I mean, 1999. You know what really, really impresses me? The fact that even though these expiry dates were around, you know, before the second millennia, it's just impressive that Yuki couldn't instantly recognise that it was old. But to be fair, I mean, you kind of are taking stuff from the dark here because, I mean, everything's in the dark. It really was old. What the heck was the designer thinking when he made this ride? And seriously though, I don't disagree because, I mean, a place like this, it should be cleaned because I get that this is trying to be an amusement ride that's really scary just for the sake of the scenery, but I'll tell you what would be scary. Bacteria, parasites, rats. Because if you don't clean a place, they will end up there. Yeah, I hope this place is cleaned because this place could be scary for the wrong reasons, i.e. the unintentional reasons. What the heck was the designer thinking when he made this ride? A deserted store. It definitely was kind of creepy, but as an attraction in an amusement park, it was kind of lacking. No, I think it's cool. The rusty rails squeaked as the gondola turned a door behind the register. Ooh. Oh my god. They even have a computer. Fucking hell, they're really... Oh, there's a sign there as well. Just some paper to the right of the computer. Wow. God, that's amazing. I looked at the register. Something was scribbled on a piece of paper there. Just one sentence. Ah, title of this piece. Convenience store end.
作品? コンビニ終わり.
Well, wouldn't it be implying that this is the last you will see of the convenience store? You know, at school when they ask you to define something without using the word in a sentence? Yeah, I think Zakador would be good at that. The end of the convenience store, huh? What is this supposed to be? Some kind of commentary on consumerism? I don't know, it seems kind of complicated. Yeah, I don't really understand why. I mean, especially in a theme park ride, you really thought they would want to provoke people's thoughts that much? I don't know. The gondola skirted the wall and entered a staircase. We watched the convenience store recede below us as we ascended. God, that's so weird. The endless stairs, love it. Yeah, no, I can see why they'd feel endless though. This is a really cool ride. The gondola went up the endless stairs. I was a bit surprised that it could go up the step. Yeah, me too, yeah. Yeah, it was quite the agile machine. It must be engineered very well. Yeah. Oh my god, what's going to be at the top of it, I wonder? This is a really long stairway, isn't it? It's just stairs and stairs. Stretching on forever.
突き当たりが見えました。
I can see the end. The staircase that we thought was about to end doubled back in the opposite direction. Oh, that's weird. And after we passed that...
この建物ってそんな大きかったっけ？
That's weird. Was the building really this big?
外からはそんなに大きくは
Yeah,
見
no,
え
no,
ま
no,
せん
no,
でした
totally.
けど。
From the outside, it didn't look this big. I love that they're just totally being deceived about the fact that everything's ending. Hmm.
何？
What?
なんか真っ暗です。
It's pitch black.
なんだこれって。
What is this?
なんかゴンドラ、
Oh, that's really
エレ
weird.
ベーターに乗ってますね。
God, I just find it really quite funny to think about the fact that this building is so much smaller than it seems to be. And I think that's why it's scary, because you're never expecting something like this. It looks like the gondola got on an elevator.
なんだこのアトラクションは。
It's so weird, yeah. What kind of ride is this?
なんかマンションみたいな場所に出ましたよ。
Yeah, this part looks like an apartment building.
マンションね。
Apartment building.
ゴンドラがまた動き出しました。
Oh, the gondola is moving again. It moves steadily through the concrete hallway. Yeah, that was a barren, lifeless hallway, and there was no telling which way, where it would lead. God, so that's so weird. So, I mean, there were so many weird things. Like, you have an abandoned convenience store that was never ever meant to be a convenience store, and it just looks like it because this is fucking weird. And then we have endless stairs that repeat on themselves all the time. And then we have an apartment building, and then we have a concrete hallway after the apartment building. I mean, God, it's really taking advantage of things we'd find so normal normally, and it's just totally ruining them. It's making them seem so damn creepy.
あのさ、ここって廊下だよね。マン
Hey,
ション。
this is a hallway, right? We have to be in an apartment complex.
はい。確か
Yes, probably.
マンションの廊下の窓ってカーテンしてたっけ？
Then why are there curtains on the hallway window? What, to scare you? Huh? Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the windows of the once modern hallway with full concrete, yeah, had at some point changed into the decrepit windows of a condemned apartment. That's so weird. I really like that it just totally plays with your expectations in terms of time. Things look new, other things look old, but when you mix it all together, you just get such an unpredictable ride. I thought that we were still in the hallway, but maybe the gondola turned into one of those rooms. Yeah, without either of us noticing.
これって
Maybe it didn't even turn, who knows?
部屋ですよね。
This is a room, isn't it?
すごい古臭いね。
Yeah, it looks so old. Oh,
これってリビングっていうのかな。
this is so cool. Would you call this the living room?
かなり昭和っぽいですね。
It does look old, I see that. Oh my god, I love the computer there. It is old, but it's not too old. Feels like we're back in the Showa era. There was an engraved plate on the table. Let me guess, like an occult magic circle? Ah. Title of this piece. Living Room End. I was thinking it would more be...
何これ？もしかして本当に社会批判みたいなアトラクションなのかな？
Yeah, that's interesting. What's this? Maybe it really is some sort of criticism of modern culture. I just wonder where she thinks that from.
一家団らんの習慣がなくなりつつあることへのお父さんの危惧を表してみました。みたいな感じですか？
Maybe it's trying to express a father's fear that the tight-knit family unit is falling apart. That's actually really quite interesting, that. I mean... Sound of grinding rust filled the room as the gondola advanced forward. The entire felt... Yeah, totally. That's what it's meant to do. Felt kind of surreal, or rather downright eerie. I just wonder why it could be possibly criticising modern culture. I mean, there's... Well, I mean, if you look at the beginning of the ride, abandoned stores... I don't know, abandoned stores with no use, and maybe that could just be a comment on how it's bad that, I don't know, when businesses close, they have all of this stock. Well, if some businesses close, they just have buildings that they obviously clear out, but it's a complete waste of space while that's happening. Or maybe it's consumerism because... Oh, no, I really like that. Yeah, because this part has loads of goods. They're not used. They've not been eaten. They've not had anything done to them. They're just completely wasted. And maybe that could show, you know, a criticism on consumerism just because it's bad that we buy things we don't need at all. And maybe this could be somebody being scared about a potential family falling apart because the more we go into this house, just not only the more old it gets, but also... well, there's really, really long distances between each room. Maybe people have designated rooms and, I don't know, the family's just really, really distant. Or maybe that's what modern culture is making us feel like, you know, more and more distant between people. I don't know, it's a bit of a challenge. That was just a guess, but I don't know. Oh yeah, of course. That could be significant. The calendar and clock was both stopped at the same point. Oh, funny that it's July. July of 1999 again. Yeah, I agree. What was up with that date? It must have been the date that when this attraction was made. Oh my god, that looks scary. Yeah, wow. I'd hate to go down that. We left the living room and emerged into another staircase, except this time it was a small set of stairs like in somebody's house. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame her for thinking that. It was really creepy. Fucking hell. I just can't believe the creativity on this. I mean, fucking hell. These people excelled in this. Oh, those stairs led right into a classroom. That's funny that home is so close to school. Maybe that could show that school life ruins home life? I don't know. If it's in a bad situation, obviously. God, this is weird. This really is weird. This is so well engineered. But it's such a waste as well. Well, yeah, true, but you wouldn't want to. The living room is connected to the classroom, huh? If you lived in a house like that, you would never be late, would you? Seriously. True. Yeah. But on the other hand, your teacher could come to your room and ask, are you doing your homework? Yeah, your teacher... There could be a lot worse things that could happen. Oh my god, could you imagine a creep in the school, and if he realises that you live in the school, I mean, that'd not be good. I mean, this is your home. Or maybe, well, there are so many things said about, what if you're drunk, and you go down, and then you just see people from your school? Or what if people in school discover your house, or... Well, what if you ask, if anybody asks you where you live, you just say, oh, I live in the school. Yeah, they could though, and that would be horrible. Yeah, for Yuki, sure. Zakudor, I can't tell if she does schoolwork or not. I mean, she definitely reads, but don't know if she does work. Maybe she's like Yuki. You're right, that might be annoying. That's so weird. Right, mega Higurashi spoilers, but this really, really reminds me of Minagoroshi. You know, that time where basically they force everyone into the classroom and they gas them all with the nerve agents. And then they fake it to look like... I don't know. Wait, when did that happen? Yeah, just like Lake Nyos, but like 3 or 4 years before it happened. I think Lake Nyos happened in 1980. Is it 5 or 6? I think it's 5. I don't know. I know it happened in mid-1980s. Just can't remember when. Around the mid-1980s. But yeah, it reminds me of that scene. plate was set up on the podium. Yeah, title of this piece. End of the classroom. But I don't understand. You would have thought it would be more creepy if we didn't know what to expect? I don't know. But I suppose if you know it's the end of something, you're going to then be thinking, oh, what's next? You're constantly going to be in that phase of anticipation. So maybe that's why it's more creepy. I wouldn't be surprised. Because if you don't know something's coming, it could be less creepy than if you did know something was coming, but you didn't know what. Yeah, seriously. I see, so the designer was trying to bring out a feeling of unease. There was no one in all of these places where people should be. Exactly, yeah, and the riders feel like intruders for being in places they shouldn't be. Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, that's interesting. So that's what it meant by spirit room. What do you mean?
全ての部屋が人が生活することによって成立する場所。その生活がそのまま抜け落ちた空間をこのへんてこなゴンドラで見ていく。
You just feel like you're looking at a place in which spirits are there in. All of the rooms are places that exist so that people can live in them. And when you suddenly take the people out of them and look at all of those places from this gondola.
切り離された人の生活。それを俯瞰したかのように。
Yeah, totally. It's really well put. Yeah, we get to look into these people's lifestyles as if those lifestyles have been amputated and preserved in a jar. Taxidermy moment. I think we're the spirits on this, right? No, I do kind of see that, and I suppose we are kind of doing what a spirit would do. Obviously, spirits would have more freedom than we are. They wouldn't be forced to look at places, but I suppose they're intruding on the places people's lives live, really. If ghosts exist and they are constantly roaming around. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're the spirits on this ride. Yeah, there still could be. So there won't be any ghosts popping out and scaring us? I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. This seems too well engineered not to have jump scares. I don't think they're going to do anything crude like that. Yeah, if any ghosts appeared, we would be going back to being human. I do kind of see that. Because, I mean, what's the point of giving people the illusion that they are the spirits on this ride, just looking and intruding into people's lifestyles, if there are then spirits there as well? I mean, the whole thrill of it is it's something abnormal and it's something that feels wrong, so you don't want to add spirits that will then normalise it, I suppose. God, yeah, that's so cool. The gondola left the classroom and went out into the hallway. Yeah, I agree. Just how big was this building? It's a really long ride, isn't it? Yeah, no, I totally see that. It's just showing off all of these deserted scenes, but it's scary how big this place is. So we're going outside of the school now. Yeah, God, that must be unpleasant. Could you imagine if the ride stopped working? The gondola kept moving through the hallway. The rust was causing a high-pitched whine. The gondola advanced past the classroom and stopped. It stopped? Yeah. Was that meant to happen, or? Oh, a bell. A bell rang behind us as a door closed. The gondola rotated around and... Maybe this is the elevator back, though. Who knows? Somehow we ended up in another elevator. Yeah, I can't believe this. Yes, it really is a huge building, isn't it? What's this elevator going to take us to? Oh, yeah. Oh, the final abode. Yeah, that's good. You make use of your setting and the lighting well. Oh, fuck. The final abode. Yeah. No, oh my god, yeah, I see that, yeah. If anything, it kind of just mocks a hospital, you know. A hospital is where somebody is meant to die, rather than, no, be protected from dying. That's what I meant to say. But no, yeah, this is just saying anybody who goes to a hospital dies.
ついの住みかって死ぬまで暮らす家とかいう意味ですよね。
By the final abode, they mean the place where you live while waiting to die, I guess.
という意味じゃ、確かに大半の人間にとってついの住みかは病院だけど、それって趣味悪い言い方だよね。
Yeah, you might be right. Most people die in the hospital, but that's a creepy way of saying it. No, I totally see that. God, yeah, I love this is... Yeah, nevertheless, this is a hell of a design. It's made fucking brilliantly, yeah. The gondola started to move into the bed. What? Well, we're gonna run into it. Whoa. What? The gondola went into the bed. What kind of structure did this ride have? Who made this kind of thing? I mean, are they okay mentally? Like, genuine question. It's dark, isn't it? Yeah, it's pitch black. There's so gonna be a jump scare. Oh, there's a light. Oh. Yeah, that's weird. The blue sky spread out above us. And when we looked down, there was another plate. So it's a fake sky. That's so weird. The end sky. See, so that's what it was. A tremor ran up my spine, twisting my face into a jagged smile. Normally, you were supposed to be scared when you were inside a haunted house. Ah, yeah, no, reasonable, yeah. Not when you left it. But for some reason, this one was different. It felt as if everything up to this point was a prelude. The creepy feeling from all of those deserted places where people should have been, and all of the places where we had no right to be, culminated beneath this sky. It is interesting, just that theme of isolation and... well, not really isolation, but the feeling like you don't belong somewhere and you shouldn't be somewhere. And I mean, that really is a thing that I feel that when we can explain the events of Chapter 1, Zakudor probably will have a lot of significance to in her weird doll acts. Yeah. Oh, just like that, the gondola stopped. Yeah, no, that would be really good. Yeah, trick people into thinking that it's the end and then jump scare them. That's what I'd do. It seems like the ride should just return. It seems like the ride should just return to the beginning for the next person. But if this wasn't the end, it would be like the plate was lying. That was kind of weird. Suppose so. Could you imagine if it hasn't ended? Well then, how about we ride something fun next? Seriously. I mean, a relaxing amusement park ride, that probably is oxymoronic, but still. Yeah, don't ride something as scary as this. You'll get a heart attack, I swear. That sounds good. It would be nice to ride something more relaxing. Really, who the heck would make a ride like this? I doubted there was any particular meaning to it, but still, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. Yeah, no, and it's not really pleasant just for the experience of being really scary. It's pleasant because of the fact that it just feels wrong, and that's why it's so, well, it's just so oddly eerie. I mean, it's not eerie because it makes sense, like any normal, really scary place would be, but no, it's eerie because it's odd, really. And, yeah, I do think it has a very interesting theme. It's so much better than all of those generic rides that they just have... I mean, they don't have predictable jump scares, but they all stick to a certain theme. I doubt there was any particular meaning to it. But still, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. Yeah, seriously. A ride where you can experience the feeling of being a ghost.
ますよ。
Yuki-sama, look, there's a boat over
あ
there.
待って
Oh, sure, just a sec.
ユキ様どうですか？ボート一緒に乗ってくださいませんか？
Yuki-sama, how does that sound? Would you ride the boat with me?
あいいかもね。変なアトラクション見た後だし
Yeah,
気分良さ
seriously.
そう
Oh, that might be nice. After that weird ride, a boat ride would probably feel good. Oh god, I'm scared. This just looks like it could be an H scene just from that very, very odd angle. Yeah, they really just had to do that, didn't they? Well, let's be honest, this is a Japanese visual novel from probably early two. When would Subarashiki be made? This is something I need to know. Hang on just a sec. Can I say that? Release data. I really just typed that. Dude, tell me the fucking release date. Alright, thank you. 2010. Maybe not. Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad I saw that I did that.
ほら、ユキ様、
Oh.
こっちにボートがありますよ。
Isn't it interesting that Zakudor just totally doesn't... You would have thought that Zakudor would be... I mean, why doesn't she give this any time? She just completely diverts Yuki's attention. But maybe that's what she feels. And maybe that's related to her dog dropping, who knows? That was a really interesting ride, though. I enjoyed reading about that. Creak, 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 creak.
すみません。最終的には漕いでいただくことになってしまって。
Oh my god, Zakudor, you really think she cares? I'm sorry about this. I'm making you row even though I'm the man.
いや
It's nothing. God, this must be so uncomfortable. At first, Takashima-san said she was going to row, but with her at the oars... Oh, I feel bad. Said she was going to row, but with her at the oars, we hardly moved at all. Gonna turn it up, I think. I don't know, it's really quiet today. Yeah, same.
船酔いとかしてたらすぐ行ってね。あんまりボートの扱いとか知らないから。
I'm not very good at this, so just say something if you're feeling seasick. It really is quite a beautiful piece of scenery we have here.
大丈夫ですよ。ユキ様のボートなら酔うことないと思います。
I'm fine, there's no way I'd get sick from your rowing.
なんでそんなこと言い切れるんだか。
What, placebo? How can you say that with such certainty?
なんででしょうね。
Yeah, let me guess, because the fact that it is her. I
こ
wonder
この
why.
湖の風はいつも涼しいのですね。
That's really quite nice. The breeze on this lake is always nice and cool. Yeah, that must be really relaxing. It's just really quite funny how this is the polar opposite of the other ride you were doing.
私はこの遊園地初めてだからよくわからないけど。
This is the first time I've been here, so I wouldn't know. Yeah.
気持ちいいですよ。素晴らしいと思います。
Feels really good. I think it's wonderful. Yeah, no, I could really imagine that.
確かに湖の水が涼しい空気を運ぶね。
I've never done it, to be fair. Yeah, the water draws the cool breeze over the lake, doesn't it? Yeah.
気持ちいいです。
Feels so nice.
水面がまるで鏡の世界の空みたいに見えて、空を飛んでるような気持ちです。
The water looks like a mirror reflecting the sky, like we're in a boat flying through the heavens. That's interesting. can kind of imagine it.
そう言われてみれば。でもそれってなんとなく怖いね。
I see what you mean, but that'd be kind of scary.
そう感じますか？空の上を歩くのは気持ちがいいと思いますよ。
Do you think so? I think it feels good to walk through the clouds. Oh no, it would be so cool just to... I mean, imagine if there was any fantasy related thing and you could quite literally walk on clouds despite being so high up, and you could rely on it as well. It was not just as if a cloud was a trap and you'd be able to walk on a few and then just completely fall from one of them. I don't know. Do you think so? I think it feels good to walk through the clouds.
まるで空を飛んだことあるみたいな言い方だね。
Seriously, yeah, you say that as if you've actually done it before.
私は空を歩いたことがないからわからないかな。でもなんとなく、
Yeah, no, I
ここ
don't
が空の
disagree.
上だと思うと怖いな。
I've never walked on a cloud before, so I wouldn't know. I just think it's kind of scary to imagine us being up in the sky. Yeah, I agree. I can see that. I mean, just look at your view and what you'd see. Downwards.
怖いですか？前と逆ですね。
Oh, that's weird. Scary, is it? That's the opposite of what you said last time. What? The last time, the first time Zakuro had been lent a book by
Why?
Yuki? Last time?
いいえ。こちらの話です。
This plot is really weird. I don't like this at all. That's properly odd. That really, really is. Has something really bad happened to Yuki? Like, genuine question. Yeah, and interesting with regards to the whole Angel of the Sky thing. Imagine if she feels as if she actually has done it. But to be fair, I mean, I suppose if you really don't have a grip on reality, maybe you could say you've genuinely experienced something like that. I don't know. Yeah, but that's really weird. What's up?
いえ。こうやって水面を撫でることは空に手が届くことになるのかなって。
Oh, it's just, look, if I touch the water, it's like I can reach out and touch the sky. I guess. That's all. That is really interesting that she thinks that. I can kind of see what she's talking about as well.
面白いこと言うね。
That's interesting.
私の好きな人が言ってた言葉です。
That's something I heard from the person I love.
へえ、その人詩人だったんだ
Yeah,
ね。
yeah, was he? He was a poet, wasn't he?
私の好きだった人は詩人、そして剣豪、
That's really weird.
哲学者、
Because that
そ
is...
して空気力学のパイオニア。
That's the description of Cyrano. What? Or at least I think it is. I think it might be. He was a poet, a swordsman, a philosopher, and a pioneer of aerodynamics. Yeah! Is she thinking what I'm thinking? Because that is Cyrano. That's really odd. So maybe she has had fantasies. Maybe she fantasizes so much about a man that she feels as if she has actually brought him here. That's so weird. She's humming to something. Oh my god, yeah, they're on the train. This is a really odd CG. Colours are done amazingly. I mean, this is just proper classic 2000s work in terms of the colouring. It really reminds me of those really old Toho pictures. If you ever see, like, for example, look at Lu Chan's videos or something like that, you'll be able to, like, oh, I don't know, maybe some of the old Scarlet Flame Flandre videos. as well. But you just see so many old art styles there. It's really cool. I don't know. I think maybe not. They don't happen as commonly on arrangement channels. I think I've seen a few ones that are quite old on the arrangement channel called Mayumi Sugihara, but apart from that, I don't think I've seen much. Anyway, I'm really getting sidetracked. I love the colour scheme on this though, seriously. Yuki's outfit is so cool, by the way. I just don't understand why the fuck she wears a collar. I mean, what is going through your head when you make the conscious decision to put that on? I just don't understand that. What significance does this necklace have on her, by the way? I wonder. We were on the train back home. It felt nice. Our languid spirits swayed back and forth with the movement of the train. What does languid just mean? Really, really tired? Yeah. Disinclination for physical exertion or effort. Oh, sorry. Having or showing a. And then what I just said. And then, ooh, music. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's really quite sweet. She's just humming because of the fact that, you know, she wants to have a really peaceful time. I can totally see why she'd do it. That's really quite sweet. Kashima-san looked like she was enjoying listening to my music. I had her listen to a few songs, judging by what genres she liked. Oh, wait, no, it's not humming. Oh wait, I missed that. I missed the most important detail. Yeah, she has some earphones there. Nice. I had to listen to a few songs, judging by what genre she liked from her expression. Ah, it seems like Takashima-san enjoyed the classical music. Oh shit. Nice. I told her that this recording was from a New Year's concert they held every year in a foreign country. Their conductor was lauded as a genius, and he led the most famous philharmonic in the world. Oh, waltz, polka, march, a dancing melody. Oh, that's interesting. The swaying of the train seemed to match the rhythm of those songs. I felt her softly put her hand on my hand that was holding the music player. God, this love has really, really escalated quickly. Oh god. Fittingly, the name on the screen was, oh my god, the Gungzug Pleasure Train. Sounds German. Wait, let's see who it's by. Johann Strauss II. Damn. I've never heard of this before. I thought it was going to be something like Mozart or Beethoven. But no. That's really interesting. Yeah, it seems that she definitely is really quite well versed in classical music and just... Well, she's more well versed than a person who's fucking native to England. But I don't listen to classical music at all, so... That's probably why. To be honest, any peaceful music I listen to is VN music. I mean, look at this, for example. It's such a brilliant piano track. And Higurashi's piano ost, Umi Neko's piano ost, You and Me and Her, surprisingly, we've got some really good peaceful songs there. Actually, they're not too good, but there's one that I really like. I.e. the End of Eternity theme. Sayo no Uta has a few good ones. They're not the most peaceful though. But obviously the Sabo theme from Sayo no Uta, that is peak. Genuine peak. Some of the best visual novel ost I've listened to, ironically. It has really good ost, that game. It's just, some of it's not the most relaxing. Anyway, I'm getting really sidetracked. Ours was just a ride across town, not a journey. But the relaxed feeling was just the same. The song almost made the scenery outside look like it was glowing.
クラシック
That's amazing.
お好きなんですか？
Do you like classical music?
いやね、昔さ母親が厳しかったからさ、ピアノとかまで習わされたんだよね。
Well, my mother used to be really strict. And used to be. God. Yeah, my mother used to be really strict and she made me practice the
ピア
piano.
ノ弾けるんですね。
God, yeah, you can play the piano then.
まあ難しいのじゃなければなんとか。
That's really cool. Yeah, as long as it's not too hard, I can manage.
なら今夜聞かせていただけ
Oh
ませ
my
んか？
god. Wow, I didn't expect that. Then could you play for me tonight?
今夜？
Tonight?
はい。ピアノがあるお店を私知ってます。
Yes, I know a store where they have a piano.
そうなんだ。
Is that so?
はい。と言ってもこれも好きだった方に教えていただいたお店なのですけど、ね。
That's actually really, really interesting though. So whenever she is saying about the person she loved, could we be thinking, is this a real person or is this Cyrano? But the only thing is, I mean, why would this be Cyrano? It's so weird though. I just don't really understand. Like, where is the part? Yeah, it's really unusual. I mean, that doesn't really... I mean, if this is Cyrano, why does the lover know about a store that's modern? Yes, though it's a place that I heard about from the person I love.
そうなんだ。
Oh, is it?
一緒に行ってくださいませんか？
Would you mind going with me?
いいよ。喜んで。
I'll be glad to. Right, I really wonder where this piano store is going to
なん
be.
かここ。
Oh my
お
god,
酒
that's
とか飲む
hilarious.
店だよね。
That's why I instinctively thought as well. Pub. You've got the classic pub plates. Billion alcoholic drinks. A tap. Weird. God, there's a massive piano though. This kind of looks like a bar or
そん
something.
なことは気にしない気にしない。さあ、この席に座ってください。
Don't worry about that. Here, sit on this seat. This is a really quite sweet scene. It's just interesting how well a VN can portray just such a relaxing and just pleasant atmosphere. There is nothing that you could describe. Well, there are a few odd parts, but this is just pleasant. It really is. Don't worry about that. Here, sit on this seat.
確かにピアノがある。
You're right, there is a piano.
はい。これを
Yes, here. Takashima-san handed me a key.
これは？
Nice, what's this?
これはピアノの鍵です。このバーの
That's really unusual. God, where did she get the key from? I mean, I don't even understand. There's nobody here. Why has she got access to this key? The key to the piano, this bar's piano. Could you imagine if she knew this from the past time she met Yuki? So maybe she prepared in advance? And maybe she knows the owners, or maybe she's... Oh, I don't know. Not very legally doing it? Who knows? The key to this piano. The bar's
ピアノ
piano.
の鍵持ってるとか。
Yeah, yeah.
この店でバイトでもしてるの？高島さん。
Why do you have a key? Do you work here or something?
どうでしょうね。
Oh, that's wrong.
名
Who
前
knows?
はバー白州教。
Yeah.
うーん。
The name is Hakushukyo Bar. Yeah, no, I see that. This bar definitely looks different to a bar that I'd usually see, though, my god. I guess all bars really do look the same. This is my first time in the place, but it felt oddly familiar. Yeah. Yeah, funny that. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think you've been here before. How could Zakuro know that you play piano?
これって私弾いていいのかな？
Is it alright if I play this piano?
問題ありませんよ。ピアノ ってください。
It's no problem at all. Please play the piano.
うん。
Oh, sure. Oh, wow. This is a cool CG. God, so here we go. We have Yuki playing the piano here. I played a few notes. It's pretty well tuned. Actually, the piano felt like it was really easy to play. Oh, it seemed like the piano and I were compatible.
何か聞きたい曲ありますか?
Yeah, that's really good. Is there anything you'd like to hear?
はい。最初はエリック・サティ。ピカデリーがいいです。
Yes, for the first one, Eric Satie, Le Piccadilly would be nice. Does she know how to play that?
へえ、サティとか好きなんだ。いい趣味しているね。
Yeah, God, I swear they have nearly the same tastes. But the only thing is, I kind of have a theory. So, you know that Zakuro knows of Yuki from some sort of previous time that she doesn't remember whatsoever, and obviously Zakuro's trying to keep this in the dark as much as possible. Maybe she has heard about all of the songs that Yuki likes, and then Zakuro's potentially tried to, I don't know, just make herself as well versed in the things that Yuki likes as much as possible? I don't know. Oh, you listen to Satie. Good taste.
そうですね。サティはいい趣味です。かっこいいですよ。
That's right. Enjoying Satie is in good taste. He was a great composer.
何珍しい。自画自賛かな?
Oh, that's rare. Are you singing your own praises now?
そうなっちゃうんですかね。
I guess I am.
でも奇遇だね。私もサティ好きなんだよね。
Yeah, I thought so. That's interesting. What a coincidence, though. I like Satie too. I spread my fingers over the keys. God, yeah, she looks like she's experienced just from how she uses her fingers. Close my eyes for a moment and then... No, wait, is this it? Fucking hell, yeah, she's really good. God damn. So strike the keys. Layers of different tones flowed out from the piano. Yeah, the music wove a tapestry of good cheer. It was a happy rhythm. Right. Ornate. I see that. And somehow nostalgic. But you've got to be seriously good at piano to play like this. I mean, my head's up to her, but I just... Oh yeah, funny that it's nostalgic, but yeah. Yeah, agreed with this part especially. It felt simple and candid. Satie's music blends into the human lifestyle like a piece of furniture. Takashima-san listened quietly. I was having fun playing. No, she's doing properly well. I wonder how long she must have practiced it for. It's properly impressive. How was it?
素晴らしかったです。
It was wonderful.
私も楽しかったよ。ピアノとか弾くの久しぶりだったし。
Yeah, I had fun too. I haven't played in a long time. I know, that's really impressive, and I didn't feel rusty at all. No, she did it ridiculously well. Yeah. I hadn't been practicing on the piano at... Oh, she has a piano at home. I hadn't been practicing on the piano at home, but so I thought that I would mess up,
もう
but...
一曲いいですか?
Could you... For fuck's sake, that isn't a sound. Could you play once more?
ああ、いいよ。何する?
Yeah, sure. What song?
ユキ様が一番好きな曲をお願いし
Oh,
ます。
that's interesting. I'd like to hear your favourite song.
私が一番好きな
Oh my
曲?
god, yeah. I wonder what it's going to be. My favourite?
一番の曲を
Yes, your number one favourite song.
一番か。
My favourite, huh? I face the piano again and close my eye. God, she's instantly thought of it. It's not like, I don't know, for example, me, where it's just so hard to decide. No. Slowly open my hands and Wonder what this is. I played my favourite song. She's probably played this so much, yeah. Kasuma-san listened with a happy expression on her face. That sounds really quite ominous, this. I had to wonder if she knew this song. Oh, I see. If she likes Sati, she might have heard it before. It was a famous song. The Dreamy Fish. That was what a hilarious title. It was about the dream a fish living in the ocean might have. That was the image the melody evoked. That's really unusual. I mean, it's just genuinely such a creative sort of title, really. I mean, how do you imagine what a dream a fish would have? How do you put that into musical form? I mean, you could imagine... I mean, I suppose everything here is really, really based on human imagination. So I suppose these people have imagined... I suppose you could just think about what is everything we know about the life of a fish. And then we could just think, how could that possibly be related to a dream? That's just really interesting. It's just... I don't know, it just kind of reminds me of... well, no, not really that. But it's just... one of those instances where nature is really cared for, and it's as if everything in nature has a soul and everything has all sort of abilities to think and characterize situations similar to human beings, and having that higher level of emotions as well. They say Sati's titles were often different from the actual content of the pieces. No, but I think that's really interesting because it's totally subjective, this. If that's what he thought, sure, that's what it is. Reasonable. Yeah, he didn't want people's impressions to be affected by the title he gave it. That was why a lot of his compositions had strange titles. I like it though. What, Dream Fish? What was it? The Dreamy Fish. Oh my god, yeah. So embryons distinguishes. Do preludes. Potential. I have no idea what that means. I mean, it's something in French, but I don't know. Sonatine. Bureaucratic. Yeah, tons of songs like that. They're all French, or it sounds like it. But it felt like this song really was about a fish streaming. I do kind of see that. Yeah, that was so good. Give this woman a round of applause. Seriously. How was it? I wonder what she's thinking. She's speechless. She's not saying much. Oh! Yeah, wow. Are you crying? No, I'm not crying. But... God, I feel bad. I don't know whatever's happening, but it seems like it's really, really emotional to her, and it's hit her quite a lot. No, just thank you. And I'm sorry. Why? You're sorry? Maybe I shouldn't say this. What's wrong, Takashima-san? That's odd. Tomorrow, when we go stargazing, let's start right after midnight. Right after midnight? You mean right when the date changes to the 20th? That's actually really interesting because there was a threat of potentially losing Yuki on the 19th. Just because of the fact that there was the potential for the stargazing to go correctly and the sky to be correct and the beginning and the end of the sky to be found. That's really odd. So I suppose now she's saying, let's not do that so that they can spend the 19th together?
なんで空見つけるのならもっと早い時間がいいし、それ以前にそん
Yeah,
な時
yeah,
間
I
に学校
agree.
に。
There's also that reality check as well. The fact that reality doesn't just completely bend around them. Why? If we want to find the sky, it would be easier to do at an earlier time. And besides, we can't really be in the building that late. Yeah, I
問題
agree.
ありません。入れます。
She sounds like she's broken in before, I'm going to be honest. There's no problem. We can get into the building.
世界少女が望めば、
That is
こ
interesting.
の世界で不可能なことなどないのです。
Yeah, but that is interesting. I mean, yeah, so she's just saying if it's something that's achievable within the girl of the world's existence, it can be achieved. And if it's realistic as well. But it's really interesting because if you think that you are the world, and if you have a desire to change something, you can do it because it's your head and... Well, no, it's because of what you represent. You represent the world. But you represent the world for yourself, sure. I don't know. If the world girl desires it, nothing in this world is impossible. Yeah, it's so weird.
あのさ、高島さん。
Yeah, what does she mean?
それって
Excuse me, Takashima-san, by that.
分かってます。ユキ様にはおかしなことを言ってるように聞こえるのですよね。私のことを不思議系か電波系の少女であると。
ああ、いや、そういうわけじゃ。
大丈夫です。分かってましたから。
That's weird.
すべて分かっていました。
It's fine. I understand now. I understand everything.
私、最初は自らの罪に苦しんでいました。
Yeah, at first I suffered for my own sin.
自らの罪
Yeah, your own sin.
はい。自らが作ってしまった罪について。それを償わなければならないと思っていました。
I was thinking that it could potentially be murder of the person she loved, but I don't know, a crime. I mean, we don't even know if the person she loved is a genuine person now. That's the worst thing. Yeah. Yes, I thought that I had to atone for the crime I committed.
償い
Some kind of redemption.
でも私、こうやってこの世界であなたと一緒に歩んできて。
But I understand after walking through this world together with you.
私がしようとしている償いはあなたを苦しめることになる。
So, I mean, she's obviously talking about, she's being really quite obvious and vocal about the fact that there is some sort of crime she has committed, but the only thing is the redemption. I feel like the redemption is suicide, though. I mean, I just don't see what it could be. Or maybe redemption is the truth. The truth. I mean, these people, their relationship is developing more and more. I'm sure Yuki finds Zakuro to be pleasant around, so... Yeah. The truth would be... Well, basically, the more it's left... For the more time the truth is left, the more painful it's going to be. The redemption that I seek will only end up making you suffer.
償わなければあなたは幸せになれる。この素晴らしき日々の中に生きることができる。でも
If I don't do it, then you'll be happy. You can live the rest of your life like this, in this wonderful everyday, but
私の償いは
that's unusual.
それらを奪うことになってしまう。
So whatever she's going to redeem is going to happen on the 20th. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah. That was really quite funny to think about the fact, where was... This is the boat ride. Damn. Where's the date? Well, this is the date. Yeah, isn't that funny? I think that's just a little bit of foreshadowing there. It's as if the expiration date for something is July the 20th. Now, isn't it ironic to think about the fact that the expiration date could potentially be referring to, I mean, you could take this out of context and say the expiration date for their relationship, maybe? Yeah, yeah, that's so weird. Yeah. But the only thing is, I don't really understand. If Zakudor doesn't redeem herself, Yuki can be happy. But the only thing is, Zakudor won't be happy. That's just an ideal. Because, I mean, these people are friends. Why would Yuki be happy if Zakudor wasn't? Yeah, my redemption would take that all away. Yeah. Me neither. We're all in the dark, and that's what's good about it. I don't really get it.
19日が終わる前、北高のシートに来てください。
Tomorrow, before the 19th ends, please come to Building C.
その場合、鏡と司は
Then Kagami and Tsukasa.
あなたが望めば連れてくることができると思います。
Yeah.
でも望まなければ連れてくることはできないと思います。
Yeah, if you wish, I think you'll be able to bring them along. But if you don't wish to, you won't be able to.
それってどういう
What is that?
明日になればわかると思います。
What, as in they die? What? I don't understand, yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be very enlightening. Fucking hell. Yeah, this is really hard. Depending on how you approach the day we call tomorrow. That's so unusual. The shape of the world could change greatly. So whatever happens, I feel like Zakudor is probably going to tell Yuki a truth that is very controversial. And it really, I suppose it will just totally prove the strength of Yuki's character, really, and the strength of how willing and how understanding she is going to be to Zakudor. I don't understand what she's done, but she's definitely living in regret and fear of what she has done. So, yeah, I don't know. The day we call tomorrow. Yes, just like this shop. This shop is... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Is it midnight now? Then it hit me. The other customers were gone. Yeah, even the bartender was nowhere to be seen. The only two people here were Takashima-san and me. This is... Most likely it's because you wish for a long journey. A long journey. Yeah, it is the 19th. Yes, so tomorrow, on the rooftop. Wait, Takashima-san. Oh, what's happened? Are they leaving? That's fucking odd. What the fuck? Wait, is this serious? Is there actually a supernatural threat and it's not just people who are delirious? What? This is so wrong. Oh my god, it could make sense if you think about looping. Maybe that's why. Oh my god, could you imagine if this is just... Oh. I can't really say what it's a spoiler of, because that would then spoil a big part of the story. Well, a story where there's a person who loops through a certain time period loads and loads of times until they get it right. But, yeah, because you imagine if Zakudor's one of those people, and her being a looper means that she has known things about... She has known Yuki when Yuki hasn't known her. I wonder what the long journey's going to be about. Yeah, but this is weird. Yeah, that day it was afternoon by the time I realised that all the other people had disappeared from this world. This is wrong. The first thing I noticed was that Kagami and Tsukasa were gone. The house that had been so noisy before was now enveloped in silence. Not a single voice could be heard. There was nothing but static on the TV, no matter which channel I flipped to. Go outside! Oh my god, isn't it going to be ironic if outside world is completely like everything that was happening with that really creepy spirit room ride? There was nothing but static on the TV, no matter which channel I flipped to. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. I thought Kagami and Tsukasa had gone home. I thought the TV antenna was just acting up. Yeah, no, that's really odd. I walked around the room with sleepy eyes. I didn't start to get anxious until I got in the shower. I see. What, like a smell? Like a smell of, for example... what could it be? Maybe meat? Maybe decomposition? Maybe things not smelling right? As the hot water pricked in my skin, my thoughts started to come together, and I began to notice some things were off. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Yeah, it's really odd. It's as if they have been the only people. Since last night, I had hardly seen any other human beings. This is wrong. I took some milk out of the fridge. Why is it July the Infinity? Ooh. Got some scary os now. Right. I think... Good idea. Check every single cold area off your house. Oh, didn't expect this to be a bop. Reminds me of, Umineko ZTS tracks. Yeah, check every part flesh could be stored in, basically. That's what I think. Oh, it's this soundtrack. I've heard this before. Or at least I think I have. Odd. The stuff in the fridge hadn't gone back. The power was still on. I looked at the clock. It was still ticking away the seconds. It was... I love that. Yeah, your impression of reality is so distorted that you don't even know what the flow of time is like anymore. It ticked off each second, one by one, with a crisp sound. I sat on the floor and looked around. The room was really big. You say that as if you don't know. It's your own house's living room. Yeah. Seriously, I've been living in this house alone up until now, but this is the first time I felt like I was living alone. Yeah, fair. I chugged the rest of my milk and went back to my room. This is so weird seeing Kagami not there. Oh yeah, what's going to happen on the computer? I turned on the computer. Oh, impressive. The servers were still up so I could connect to the internet. My email inbox was empty. Nothing new. My anxiety grew. But then I felt a moment of relief. There are new posts. Ooh, yes, check the news. Good call. Really good call. The news site I visit had been updated, and there were new posts on the anonymous text bot. Oh, fucking hell. I think this is going to change everything, if I'm going to be honest. This is just wrong. Why are Kagami and Tsukasa not there? Interesting that Zakudo always had a thought about the fact that they were getting in the way, that they were just noise, and they were an interruption to the mission. Yuki was the only person out of all of those that had truly mattered. This is going to tell us whether it's delirious human beings or if there is genuine supernatural, or if there are genuine supernatural entities involved, or concepts, or what, I don't know. Is it supernatural or is it not? That is what I think this question is going to answer, or at least this part, this episode that we do today. I think that's the question it's going to answer. New site I visited have been updated, and there were new posts on the anonymous text board. Through the screen, I could still feel the presence of people in the world. The words were increasing. The words were expanding. Time kept ticking away, second by second unchanging. This is really weird. Second by second unchanging, but despite that, or perhaps because of that, the landscape had changed, like it was flickering. I felt a strange feeling every time the clock ticked away another second. I felt like the world was contracting. Exactly though, that's such a good question. That's actually really quite unusual, as if the world is contracting. I mean, I don't understand what relevance that could have with Zakuro. Yeah, I know, it's not anything that would be within their normal character. They were so insistent on staying here, but now... Yeah, exactly, they would never do that. They would have left without a word. In that case, why didn't I just go press the intercom and ask? Oh, do it now. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Their house was right next to mine. The two of them should have been over there. The words on the internet were still increasing. Words were being written on every site. What, is that just a sort of odd way of putting the fact that, I don't know, a site's just progressively loading and that's what's being outputted to you? That was my proof that people still existed. What if it's automated though? I would say AI. Imagine if this was like maybe 30 years in the future. Maybe this could all be done by AI. This fake. This wasn't an imaginary world. It was the real world where the news was still being updated minute by minute. Oh, that's really odd. Yes, why did I feel so uneasy? It's not because of the fact that this is the real world. I think it's because of the fact that Tsukasa and Kagami have been murdered. Or they have disappeared for some odd reason. The words continued expanding, but I had this feeling like the world was contracting. Yeah, I don't really know if that's because the world is actually contracting, or if it's because of the fact that she's feeling a little bit sick. As the words shrunk, as the world shrunk, the words expanded. I turn the TV on again. But that is really unusual, yeah. I don't get that. Static. The signal... Has somebody cut the signal? But why? Why would you cut the TV signal and not cut the laptop signal? Why is the laptop connected to the internet as well? Why would you cut a TV out, but you wouldn't cut a laptop out? It's just too big of a discrepancy, if you ask me. The signal was poor. Was the antenna mistuned? Words still flowed through the telephone line. No, not just words. Images and even videos were showing up. Is this a dream? Could you imagine if this is a dream? What's this feeling? What the... Yeah, the television screen was still full of static. It wasn't receiving anything. 36,000 out of 86,000. This is really unusual. I don't know why, but that is just creepy. It's something that is so distant from what we would expect that it actually is kind of terrifying. I can't help but think that. 50,400. Does that have any relevance, I wonder? Is that the amount of seconds? Well, it's 3,600 seconds. What's that? 10 hours. No, I don't really get that. What's 3,600? 3,600 times 24 is 86,400, isn't it? It is. Yeah, so that's the amount of seconds in a day. And this means it's 10 a.m. maybe? Because there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. Weird. I don't like this at all. That's actually really interesting. So this is showing that over a minute and a half has passed, but the only thing that doesn't make much sense about this is why are we being shown? What, is that just a sort of weird way of presenting how much time has passed? I give up. I press the hair out of my face as I let out a sardonic laugh. A sardonic laugh, I love it. Yeah, and looked around the room. I looked out the window. A large sunflower was blooming. Reminds me of the beginning of Subarashiki Hibi. That's odd. Ah, even weirder. For some reason it looked gloomy. They say sunflowers face towards the sun when they bloom. Please tell me it was facing towards her. They're flowers that symbolise brightness. Yeah, that's weird. Regardless, the sunflower looked... Funny, that's the first thing she saw. Regardless, the sunflower looked like a flower that had been put on somebody's grave. The sunflower's yellow colour started to get on my nerves. Yeah, it's probably really, really pale. The static didn't stop. The words increased. Go on the fucking intercom. The words increased. Yeah, the computer screen was covered in words. Odd. I took out my cell phone. No means of contacting anybody. I took out my cell phone. I had 0 bars of reception. No signal at all. All the wired devices were still working. Yeah, but the wireless ones aren't. That's so wrong. Yeah, but not a signal. Fucking hell, I really just said that. But not a single radio signal was getting through. So you're telling me that everything... That just seems so wrong. If anything, it feels like just because of wavelengths, it feels like that should be the other way around. Because, I mean... You know, because of stuff like diffraction, it's so much easier for radio signals to be transmitted. So it just feels wrong about the fact that the things that are easier to be transmitted than microwaves, just due to a longer wavelength, aren't. Some sort of jamming, maybe. No, it's not. That's not the only thing that's happened. I tried the landline. If I could use the internet, I should have been able to use the phone. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. That's weird. I could hear the phone ringing next door. Akagami and Tsukasa are not home. Yeah, but if they're not home, where are they? The atmosphere was unbearable. I got dressed and ran outside. This just looks wrongly unnerving. I hate it. These colours just look so weird. And you know what I really, really like about these windows? Lifelessness. There should be life in there, but no, it's just blue. It's all absorbed by the colour. I stood in front of the Wakatsuki house. Yeah. Why didn't they answer the phone? Shouldn't somebody be upset by all the weird stuff happening? Yeah, exactly. I agree. What's this? When I tried to ring the doorbell, I realised. That's weird. This house had no nameplate. There was just a white ceramic plate there. But that could be the work of somebody. I walked to the station. This is wrong! Look at somebody's face. I wonder if human beings are normal here. The train was running like normal. Dude, you are going to Kisaragi Eki. Seriously. There is no other conclusion. But no one was there. It wasn't a terribly large station, but it wasn't so small that the lack of people seemed normal either. Yeah. The train came into the station. There was no announcement. Well, there couldn't be. I couldn't help but laugh. No people. This is wrong. Well, we're not in Shim Hamamatsu. No way. If every trace of humanity was gone, then it wouldn't be that scary, but... That's really, really odd. It's as if she... I love this. It's as if the spirit world ride has kind of come to life, because she is the spirit here. She is intruding in a world that shouldn't be touched. Existence flickered before me. There were existences that I couldn't see or touch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What is this? This is just like that ride from yesterday. The spirit room. Lifestyles that continued despite the people being cut out of them. Yeah. Yeah, but that's actually really quite interesting. Maybe she's somehow been cut out of her world, but I just don't understand how. How could that be possible? Yeah. The gondola that kept on moving forward and forward. I rode the train. Oh, interesting. So we've got 12 minutes now? 12 minutes and 7 seconds. What? It's a big leap. How many seconds is... How many hours is that? Let's divide it by 3,600. Oh, that's exactly 12 hours, right. So we're halfway in. Oh my fucking god, I hate that I didn't see that. Dude, you've got to be fucking serious. How? What's gonna happen when you meet Zakuro? That is my question. I mean, seriously. Yeah, I didn't see anybody even after coming all the way out here. This is so weird. No one was at school. Even in Suginomiya, I didn't see anybody. It's Sakura. Maybe you didn't see anyone because it's the weekend? What, not in the train stations? Piss off. Yeah, trying to normalise all this stuff. Yeah, what about the nameplate on the Tsukasa house? And sorry, Wakatsuki house. What about no TV signals? What about the illusion that the world is still flowing, even though it isn't whatsoever? We're at 12 PM at the moment. Yeah. Funny. Sakura sounds different. Her voice sounds a bit broken. Still, it's weird that I didn't see anyone at all.
ここはどこなの？
Where are we?
その質問に意味はありますか？
Yeah, serious. Yes, there is.
意味があるも何も当然な疑問でしょ？
Yeah, I agree. Who cares if there's meaning? Of course I'm going to ask. That's just natural.
当然の疑問ですか？
Natural, is it?
ではお答えします。
Well, then I'll answer
こ
you.
こは北港の屋上。その中でも最も高い水道校舎。
This is the roof of the tallest building of Kita High. Building C. Now, isn't it really interesting about the Wakatsukis? I mean, if you wanted, if you believed they could come, maybe they would still be with you. And this wouldn't be so fucking terrifying because you'd get to experience it with more than one person.
空に一番近い場所。
Yeah, the closest place to the sky.
いや、そうじゃなくて。
Yeah,
この
exactly
町
though,
全
yeah.
体。
No, that's not what I mean. This whole
この
city.
地区は杉宮区と呼ばれています。
This ward is called Suginomiya.
いや、そうじゃなくて、誰とも会わないくせに人の功績だけは残るこの世界だよ。
That's not it. I didn't meet anybody on my way here, but there are still signs of human existence.
世界は世界でしかありません。誰とも会わなかった世界が何かと問われれば、
Oh, that's
誰と
interesting.
も会わ
This
な
is
かった
weird.
世界としか言いようがありません。
The world is nothing but the world. Yeah, so the world is the world, so you can't deny what the world is, but yeah, it is reality, I suppose. If you ask what the world where I didn't meet anybody is, there's nothing to say except that this is the world where you didn't meet anybody. But that's actually really quite unusual. How has she just casually just transitioned from this world to another world? Is this kind of what Zakidor goes through? Yeah, but the only thing is I don't understand why there would still be traces of humanity going on, even though this is a world where she has met nobody.
そうじゃなくて。
Yeah, this is not what I mean. It's not what I mean.
紅茶を持ってきました。
Interesting that...
お飲みになられてはいかがでしょうか。
Did you see that expression though? It was as if she was in immense pain for a second. Is it because of the fact that she was in pain that we couldn't understand? But I don't know. How could we understand this? I mean, she has not even talked and yet it is just so vague. Yeah, I brought some tea. Would you like to have some?
紅茶。
Tea? Yeah, I mean, it got solution to everything. Tea, is that what she's trying to say? Yes. The roof and the tea set. Takashima-san and I. Yeah, but the only thing is that's the really weird thing. It's only them. Hang on. Yeah, I really do wonder. It's interesting, it reminds me of the synopticism beliefs actually. Nothing is outside of the reality you perceive. Nothing exists. The only reality that is being perceived by Takashima is Yuki. So as a result of that, Yuki is the only thing that exists, and everything else is just background. It's erasable. But the only thing is that would basically show that, I don't know, Takashima is... She's like a lane. She is the lane of Subarashiki Hibi. Takashima-san and I. The texture of the teacup Takashima-san handed me. I smelled an aroma coming from the tea. Earl Grey filled my nostrils. Hi.
最良の葉を選んで入れたものです。気を落ち着けてください。
Picked out the best leaves. Please relax. But I don't really understand why is she going to relax? They're just going to wait until darkness, but what is the point? I don't get it. What is the point? The bitter taste and pleasant aroma grew within my mouth. I glanced up at the sky. The blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. The sunlight, the sound of the wind. Every sensation seemed to affirm the reality of that's so wrong.
内なる世界。
The internal world. Internal? The world we are inside. She let those words hang in the air.
外なる世界。
Yeah, that's weird. The internal world and the external world. What's the difference, and how do you hop from one to the other?
そんなものがあるのでしょうか。
Do you think they exist?
今あなたが感じてるすべては外にある世界のものですか？
But how do you know which one is which?
内なる世界のものですか？
Is everything you're feeling right now part of the external world, or part of the internal
こ
world?
の青空はあなたの内なる世界のものですか？
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
外の世界のものですか？
Is the blue sky part of your internal world, or is it part of the external world? This is really weird because it's suggesting that the internal world is a world that is, well, it's metaphysical synopticism. It's like the world is created based on your conscience, and everything that is happening around you is just a result of your conscience. But the only thing is, then what happens is, what's weird is, it's as if the world that is actually there, the world that is reality, she has been taken out of the world that everything has influenced her. Well, everything. Well, yeah, she's been taken out of the world in which everything is made to influence her, and she's been put in the real world where there's nobody apart from Zakudor there. But why is Zakudor there, and how could Zakudor be in both worlds?
まるで私たちはそれぞれに内の世界を持ち、共通の外なる世界を持つように感じている。
It is as if we each have our own internal world. Yeah, I do kind of see that. And we only feel that we are all inhabiting a communal external world. Yeah, that's interesting, because I suppose we all, as human beings, we all have our internal worlds because we perceive every situation differently and we have different lifestyles. So that means the world is, even though it's objectively the same, for all people, it's different for us because we experience it differently. But then, the world that is objectively the same is the combination of all the people who are experiencing the world in different ways. This is weird.
ならば、その共通の外の世界は どうやって至るの
But isn't it really interesting to think about the fact that it's possible that we are really blinded by our internal worlds, so much so that we can never go to the external worlds? Or is that just me? We're blinded by the reality that is created because it's so believable, and obviously if you think the reality isn't real, you go mad because you doubt everything. So it's just a thing you can't do. Yeah, so how does one reach the external world which we share? Reach. Yeah, how? What, with Zakudor's
人
method?
はどのようにして世界を正しく知ることができるのか
Yeah, by what means can a person truly know the world? Exactly, though, and this is the worst thing. It's not just Zakudor and her weird ideals, but no. I mean, that is a really true question.
人はどのようにして世界について誤った考え方を抱くのか
Yeah, exactly. There is no truth because you can't fully know it. And by what means can a person come to false conclusions about the world? Yeah. Because how do you know if they're
ある
false?
認識が正しいかどうかを確かめる方法
No.
があるか
Genuinely, no. I mean, in this case, no. We don't have enough information to solve a problem. You can't disprove it. You can't disprove any claim, but you also can't prove any claim. Is there a way to determine whether perception
人
is
間に
correct?
とって
Yeah,
不
serious.
価値の領域はあるか
Is there a
あ
limit
る
to...
としたらどのような形で存在するのか
Is there a limit to human knowledge? If so, in what form does that limit take? I know. As h approaches 0. No, I'm just kidding. Well, yeah, of course there is. There will always be. Yeah, no. No, what are you talking about all of a sudden?
いいえあなたの疑問を疑問で返しただけ
That's
で
actually really interesting, but I totally agree. Yeah, because I do kind of understand where we are now. Nothing, I just answered your question with more questions. So it's as if we all have our internal realities and all of our internal realities are linked together. But the external reality in which it's kind of like enlightenment, like I was thinking in the beginning, you know, only the people who are able to transcend their internal minds that everybody is believing in and that the world is lying to us about are able to reach the external world, where all of the people who have transcended the internal mind are. So maybe that's kind of what this is like. But the only reason we've not actually transcended it at all. It's as if Zakudor has transcended it, but we haven't. Are we going to see Ayana in this world? That's my question. I don't think so. Nothing. I just answered your question with more questions. Yeah,
ここに
I
ある
agree.
世界はあなたの内なるものですか
Yeah, is this world right here?
外なるものですか
I'd say it's the external world because it doesn't match with the world she has thought. Is this world right here your internal world, or is it the external world?
内の世界と外の世界
The internal world and the external world.
はい内の世界と外の世界です
Yes, the internal world and the external
私
world.
たちは外界から言語化されていないあらゆる情報視覚触覚などの感覚を通じて意識に現れるもの
It is from the external world that we get all the information which can't be codified in language. Ones and zeros are in a simulation, motherfucker. Nah, I'm just kidding. Shoot me from beyond the screen if you must. Please don't. It manifests in our consciousness through vision and the sense of touch and all of our other senses. That's really interesting. So it's as if the external world... Let's say we're living in a simulation. It's as if the external world is the server. Or the servers. I guess my favourite planet, my favourite program, the universe. Yeah, but that's interesting. The thoughts we are having, it's as if in this, the thoughts we are having are the thoughts that are being instructed to be had by a sense of, or by something that's more than we can ever understand. So maybe Izakudou couldn't be in the internal world because of the fact, well, she couldn't be in her world before because she didn't want to be in a world where everything is controlled around her. She wanted to be in her own world, where she does the controlling. Yeah.
感覚予見センスデータ呼び方は何でもいいですがそのようなものを受け取って内面で世界を
Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. External information, basic cognition, sense data. The nomenclature isn't important. What, is that just other info? We receive that information and use it to construct our own worlds. What is nomenclature? Oh, the devising or choosing of names for things. Yeah. Yeah, the body or system of names used in a particular specialist field. So I think it would be reasonable to link those two together. Yeah. If one believes that. That's really weird. Yeah, then the world has a two-layered structure with an internal and external world. Yeah, I see that, yeah. In that case, how are those two worlds demarcated? I like that, yeah. Well, I think this is part of the external world because... But the only thing is, this is the really weird thing, because if the external world is the part... Let's say, I don't know, we're... Okay, let's simulation time. Let's say the internal world is a processor, and then, I don't know, the external world is anything that sends instructions to a processor, like, for example, an application. So let's say, if we go out of the processor, but into the app... Wait, no, can I use that? No, I don't think I can. Let's just try and not analyse it. So, the thing is, the external world is characterised by all of the information and all of how we have interpreted the information in the internal world. So, though we are in the external world, because we have broke free of the cycle of the internal world, we are still having a flavour that has been characterised by our growing up in the internal world. So if we never grew up in the internal world and we never knew planet Earth to be one where there were loads of people, but the only thing is, how would we live? We wouldn't. I don't think you could live in this external world. I think this external world is just entirely made based on your perceptions. This is wrong. This really is. Yeah. Oh yeah, good point, yeah. How about the teacup you just touched? Yeah, is it part of the external world? Is it part of the internal world? Like I said, again, it could be both. It really could be. It just depends on how you interpret it. By the way, you've got to be really careful about reality bending games like this, because if you genuinely believe these ideals and start doubting the world you live in, fucking hell, that's not a good path to go down. That really isn't. Especially if something really bad happens in your life and then those beliefs just get worse and worse until you don't know what reality is anymore. The person you were looking at right now, am I part of your internal world or am I part of the external world? Yeah. The object that existed before the information came... Yeah, before the information came from the external world.
どの時点からうちなのでしょうか。
God, this must be so confusing for Yuki. Again, so much is said, yet so little is understood by her, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm spending time of my day to analyse this, and yet I still barely understand it. Yeah, what is the object that comes from the outside? And until... That's a really good question as well. Well, I would have thought... Interesting, the beginning of the end and the end of the internal sky. What is in the point? What is at the point of which the beginning and internal sky ends, I wonder? Yeah, what is the object that comes from the outside? Let's say it with the tea. So I suppose the tea handle or the teacup. The teacup was from the outside, but until what point is it external? It's as if it's an instruction about the fact that there is a tea cup, but then it's part of our internal mechanisms, really, and our internal world to decode those instructions, and then for our brain to perceive what the instructions are telling us, really, to perceive a cup. But the only thing is, it's so weird because it's perceiving it in every single sense. Yeah, what is the object that comes from the outside? Yeah. And until what point is it external? From what point is it internal?
視覚触覚などの感覚から得たものは
Yeah,
その時点
reasonable.
で内なる世界のものです。
So at the moment I could say, for example, let's say my school, I'm not at school now obviously, so is that part of my internal world or is it part of my external world? I know the school from my senses and all of these senses, so you could say it's part of my internal world because... But at the same time, before I knew what that school was, before I knew any of that, it's as if, like, for example, on my first day to high school... Fuck that day, by the way. But, yeah. It was as if the external world gave instructions of how to interpret and how to see everything in terms of senses about the school. And then, I suppose you could also think, the memory... Well, no, but that's the thing. Is how somebody's brain functions part of the internal or the external world? That's actually quite... Well, no, it's the same principle. So, external world delivers instructions and then the internal world processes them. But the only thing is, the external world gives instructions to the thing that gives instructions to the body that processes all the five senses. This is fucking weird. But yeah. So if you then think about that, how do you then go above that? So I mean, anything, like if we didn't have something to read the instructions, let's say, I mean, if you have a really bad brain injury, for example, it's really interesting. If you die because of the fact that a part of your brain has died and you can't survive whatsoever, you just have a heart attack or something, you could say that you have been disconnected from the... Oh, I like that. Yeah, you could say that if your brain dies, you were disconnected from the external world because the external world can no longer send instructions and you can no longer receive them and interpret them via senses. So that means that you're dead in the internal world. But then where do you go? Because you are just a result of instructions from the external world. So what happens to you after that? This is so fucking cool. I'm really enjoying this. God, I just totally went on a tangent there. But still, oh my god, I like this. Fucking hell. Yeah.
私たちは外の世界とやらの存在
Yeah,
に
but
いつ
seriously,
至れ
I
るの
agree.
でしょうか。
So when can we reach this so-called external world?
あなたの問いに私はこう答えます。
So I answer your question
こ
thusly.
こはどこであるか。
Where are we? Exactly, where are we?
杉宮区、北高、
Yeah.
シート、屋上。
Suginomiya Ward, Kita High. Building C. Rooftop.
それ以上の答えは語り得ない。
Yeah, it's exactly the same. I cannot give you a better answer than that.
私、今見ている世界以外の世界。 外の世界なるものを知り得ることができません。
I have no way of viewing any world other than the one I am looking at now. Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, we don't know any different. I have no way of finding out about the external world. That's interesting. So what she wants to do is, yeah, she wants to literally break human consciousness in order to find out about the external world. But the only thing is I don't understand why this isn't the external world, because my theories were all based on that fact. Fuck. I thought I was getting somewhere, but no. I have no way of viewing any world apart other than the one I am looking at now. I have no way of finding out about the external world.
私が今ここに
Yeah,
あり得
agreed,
る世界の文脈でしか、私の答えは
Yeah.
その答えを知り得るプロセスからでしか
Why
語る
does
こと
she
ができません。
Why does she think that there is any meaning in the journey she is having though? Because how can anybody within the external world answer this question and find out about the external world? It is interesting that. Oh yeah, Takashima-san's expression was almost blank today. Takashima-san's expression was almost blank today. It was like her expression had vanished, along with the people of the city. Yeah, but maybe that's not something in this world. Who knows?
高島さん、
Yeah.
難しい話知ってるね。
Yeah, you sure know a lot of hard stuff, Takashima-san.
すべてはあなたが考えたことです。
What, in the previous time? No, they're all thoughts you've had.
気がついているのでしょう。
I suppose you've realised by
そろ
now.
そろ
世界そのものの少女の正体。
The identity of the gold who is the world itself is... Yes.
ねえ、高島さん、
Takashima-san. Yes?
触ってもいいかな。
What? Could I touch you? Why?
それを望まれるならば、
Of everything she's asking for that. What, is it... I mean, obviously I would have thought... Yeah. I would have thought... It's either Yuki or Zakuro. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know. That'd be a really interesting twist if it was actually Yuki in the end. Odd. Yes, if that's what you desire. That's weird. I reached out to her. Yeah, God, she's just seeing if she's real. I don't blame her. The smell of her hair, the feel of her skin, her breath, her pulse. I could feel all of them. You're warm.
はい、
Yes.
なぜみんな消えたの？
Agreed. Yeah, why did everybody disappear?
器なき液体はどこにも満たすことができない。
Yeah, that's odd. That really is. If there is no vessel or container for a liquid, then that liquid is unable to fill any space. But what is the vessel for loads of human beings? 8 billion? Or less than that here, probably around 7 billion, but... oh, I mean like 7.0 or 1 billion.
私は器ではない。
You were the one who whispered that this earth is
そう
not a
あな
vessel.
たがささやきました。ただそれだけのことです。
That's all.
器なき液体。
A liquid without a vessel.
それが私。
That's me.
そうとも言えますが、違うとも言えます。
You could say that, or you could say it's not.
そんなことよりも、
Putting that aside.
何？
What?
終わりと始まりの空、
Oh, fuck yeah. God, this is
一緒に
weird.
見ませんか？
Shall we go see the beginning of and the end of the sky together?
終わりと始まりの空。
Beginning and end of the sky.
最後の空です。
Yes, the final sky. Yeah, what's happening after that, though? Seriously. The two of us looked up at the sky from the rooftop. We lay down and looked at the great blue sky. This is really odd. Like, really odd. No, but isn't that actually really interesting to think about the fact that, well, the Earth is not a... Yeah, this is obviously something Yuki hasn't done. We haven't seen her do it within the time she's known Zakudor. This is the previous Yuki. But how does Zakudor know more than one Yuki? That's the thing I don't understand. Yeah, but that's interesting. So if there is no space for human beings, if there is no space allocated to them, it's as if the world has, I don't know, if the world's on a hard drive and the storage has ran out or something. Yeah, there's just not enough. And there's no reason for them to be here. Yeah, so if there's not any... I don't really know, I don't want to say container because it's just weird, I can't picture it. If there's nothing for human beings to occupy, they don't exist. It's really odd to think about the fact that Yuki does not need a shape to function. She doesn't need anything. She can function even without that. Why? Is that because her being with Zakudai initially made her realise that? I don't know. The two of us looked up at the sky from the rooftop. Right down the great blue sky. Hang on just a sec. Yeah, her head came up to my arm, so she ended up using it as a pillow. That's really quite sweet.
痛くありません？
It doesn't hurt, does it?
問題ないわ。
Not at all.
そうですか。
I see.
高島さん、
Takashima-san?
はい。
Yes?
私の腕枕は気持ちいい。
Smart, make a good pillow.
はい。気持ちよいですよ。
No way, she's fat. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it's very comfortable. Takashima-san laughed. I definitely felt her. Yeah, no, that is really interesting. I definitely felt her. I could feel her touch, her fragrance, and her breath. Nah, that illusion. What, is it an illusion? Is it? No, well, whatever it is, it's not disappearing anytime soon. I definitely felt her. I could feel her touch, her fragrance, and her breath. That's why I asked. Yeah. By the way, I've got a point. When are we going to see Takuji again? I swear, that was just a person who we saw in the beginning and then he's just never ever been here. I have a theory. I bet you we're going to see Takuji somewhere here. Could you imagine if he's on Rooftop C?
私の鼓動、私の体温。
I mean, that's just real stretch. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Really thinking anything. My smell, my pulse, my warmth.
安心してくださいよ。すべて確かにありますよ。
Don't worry, they're all right here.
私は妄想でも幻覚でもありませんよ。
Isn't that
あなたが
interesting?
そう信じてくれるならば。
I'm not a figment of your imagination or an illusion, so long as you believe that to be so. Yeah, that's weird. So if you believe something to be true, it could have the possibility of becoming true. Is that what she's trying to insinuate? Because that reminds me of Umineko, my god. It reminds me of Kagami and Tsukasa. If you don't wish for them to be here, they won't. If I believe, then I exist. Yeah, but of course, why would you not believe in yourself? What would happen if you genuinely felt as if you didn't believe in your own existence, though?
信じるならば存在する。
Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, and isn't it funny that the story I'm thinking of, where this is a big theme, is also, ironically, a real occult-related story. Existence through belief. We're like gods.
そんなことありませんよ。
Not at all.
それはごく当たり前の条件。
Yes, I suppose. It's an incredibly natural
だ
prerequisite.
って人は何かを信じることができなければ歩くこともできない。
I mean, that is reasonable, but you would have thought that we wouldn't really have the cognitive understanding to believe in that. Then maybe we would, but I don't know, I just feel that some things are just done. Oh no, actually, I see that. Because you've got to believe in yourself to make every step in your life. Without belief in something, a person couldn't even muster the will to talk.
会議の迷路は歩くことすら許さない。
We aren't permitted to even walk through the maze of skepticism.
次の一歩が奈落であるかもしれないと疑えば、
Yeah,
そこで
no, I
歩
see
みは
that.
止まる。
Your feet will falter when you begin to doubt whether the next step will plunge you into the abyss.
つまりは疑うな。
God, yeah, I see that. In other words, don't doubt
そんな
yourself.
こと言ってませんよ。問うことに意味がない答えなどいくらでもあります。
That's not what I'm saying. There are myriad answers without questions worth asking.
それを問うことは無意味だと言ってるだけです。
Just saying that there's no meaning in asking
だっ
them.
て
After all, is she going to sleep? Her eyes suddenly started to droop.
あなたが信じようが信じまいが、私はこの腕の中で幸せです。
Regardless of whether you believe or not, I'm happy here next to you.
とても気持ちよいですよ。
Feels very, very nice.
好きな人の体温は心地よい。ただそれだけですよ。
What's happened? The warmth of the person I like is comfortable. That's all. Sounded a bit odd at the end there. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. We will never have enough information about the world we live in to walk through it. Realistically, you can walk through it and lose your mind, but at the same time, you will always still be stuck. Takashima-san nuzzled into my arm, a tranquil expression on her face. She said my arm was comfortable. Was there any meaning in doubting her words?
ああ、このまま永遠にここに
Is
いた
she
いな。
crying? What is this? It's a really weird tear if it is one. But why is there no signs of it on her face? Oh, how I wish I could stay here forever. But why can't you? That's my question.
永遠にそりゃ腕が疲れるよ。
Oh, wait, no, I thought she was talking about this world in general. No, fair enough, yeah. Forever. My arm would go numb.
別に永遠に腕枕されていたいという意味ではないですよ。
Not that I want to lay here forever, just... I can't see that. I mean, it must be so weird being in a world in which nobody is in. And the amount of freedom a lonely person could have in their life. That is until they go insane, because let's be honest, without any social interaction you would go insane. But, I mean, I suppose these two have each other so they could explore the entire world empty together. Until they start. No, starvation doesn't even matter. They can just nick anything they want to from any store they want to nick something from. I mean, there's not exactly going to be any human being to stop them.
あなたと私の世界でとどまっていた。
I want to stay in our world.
Hmm. 高島さんと私の世界。
Our
そ
world?
うです。ここは私であり、
I see that, yeah.
あなたである世界。
This world is you, and this world is me. But the only thing is what happens when this world ends. I don't understand. And why should it end? But why has it been created? Why is the entire world before completely gone?
どういうことかな。
What do you mean?
どういうことでしょうか。
The world was dyed red as the sun began to set. Oh, that's interesting. These are the names of the stars, I think. Vega revealed her form in the eastern sky. Next, Denham, and finally Altair completed the shape of the summer triangle. An enormous triangle stretched across the Milky Way. Stars dashed across the sky. The summer triangle approached the apex of the heavens.
夏の大三角。だいぶ空の上に上がったね。
The summer triangle was all the way up there.
はい。
Yes.
そろそろ時間的に今日も終わりじゃない。
Almost out of time. Today is the last, isn't it?
はい。
But how is this story going to progress? I don't understand.
世界そのものの少女が空の少女に会う時が近づ
Good
いている
point,
んじゃな
yeah.
いの？
Yeah. The time is approaching when the girl of the sky will meet the girl who is the world itself. Right?
はい。
Yes. We will find an answer to our question then.
さてと。
Holy fuck. Well then. Oh yeah, yeah, the doll! Takashima-san took the doll and held it over the fence. I silently waited for the sky. silently waited for the sky.
ユキさん
Yuki-san. I opened my eyes when I heard her say my name. What the fuck? That's so weird. Oh yeah. I feel bad for thinking that physics would work in this world. The doll she had thrown was floating in the air, and then it stood up. Oh, hi. That looks unnecessarily scary. Yeah. This just looks terrifying. Hang on a second, I've got a question. Okay, yeah, there's no voice there. I thought the things were a little strange before, but this time I couldn't help but gasp at the sight before me.
ウサギのぬいぐるみさん
Excuse me, Mr. Stuffed Rabbit. No voice. Interesting. It's kind of contrary to my expectations.
駅長さんですか
Are you the station master? No, not at all. This is weird.
では
Then who are you? I'm the rabbit station master.
それではウサギの駅長さんなのですね
So you're Mr. Rabbit Station Master then? I love that they're just making such a weird situation so innocent sounding. Yes, I'm Mr. Rabbit Station Master, who also is a doll who also speaks Japanese. Putting that aside, Stuffed Rabbit moved towards me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He stopped in front of me and peered at me with eyes that looked like... no, eyes that really were buttons. What? Excuse me, would you allow me to partake in one of your cigarettes? Sure. Jesus Christ. I never thought I'd see that. Oh yeah, look. An angel of the sky. Maybe that could be significant. Oh, you have good taste. This is quite the rare brand.
いや、普通にコンビニで売ってるレベルのレアさだし。
Not really. It's sold at the convenience store, so it's not all that rare. I agree, yeah. In this world, anything is rare. Anything common is rare. If anything, I mean, anything on Yuki is rare. Or Zakuro. Because there's no returning back. They are so rare that... It's actually a really weird way of thinking about it. Anything that would commonly not be rare is just... Oh, its rarity is now so significant that it's impossible to get back. Or guess again. Then a convenience store is what's rare. Convenience stores are everywhere. What does that say? On the cigarette, I wonder. I never thought I'd see a fucking rabbit doll smoking a cigarette. Are they now? Also, could you give me a light? Yeah, most stuffed toys don't say a fucking word. He was awfully demanding for a stuffed toy. God, don't catch on fire. Yeah, seriously! I was just gonna say that. Why are you burning a cigarette? Whoa, be careful with that. I'm really flammable, you know? Exactly. Then maybe you shouldn't be smoking? That's a good point. Isn't it really quite funny to think about the fact that we can't hear the voice of the doll, and yet Yuki and Zakuro can? And if you ask me, that kind of gives me the impression that it's within the perceptions they have that they are experiencing the voice. We don't have the ability to literally see into their perceptions, so we're not experiencing that same voice. Or maybe there is just no voice at all. Maybe this is all thoughts that are somehow being transmitted towards their heads. I don't know. It's a good point. He laughed. Ah, though he didn't seem to pay any heed to my warning. Oh my god, wow! That's really interesting. Only 17 seconds left. That's so odd. God, time really has passed. But the only thing is, time has passed very quickly, don't you think? I would have thought maybe 2 or 3 hours, not, what, 12? But maybe the time scales spread out so much more here. He lit the cigarettes. Oh, it tastes really good. Jesus Christ, don't get into fucking smoking. You are a plush toy. You're not meant to have senses.
そうだね。
Well, yeah. You know, they say tobacco is bad for you. Don't tell me they're gonna fucking encourage smoking.
ああ、実際そうでしょ。
Yeah, it really is, you know. What? Actually, that's a lie.
いや、嘘じゃないし。
Could you imagine a med student reading this? I think they would actually gun this rabbit right now. No, it's definitely not a lie. What? But she does smoke. You don't get it. You don't get it at all. You can say that so easily because you don't smoke yourself.
いや、私はタバコ吸ってるだろう。じゃなきゃタバコなんか持ってないでしょ。
No, I smoke. Why else would I have cigarettes on me? Maybe the Miyuki before this Miyuki didn't smoke. Who knows? He laughed me off. He really didn't care about my opinion at all. Yeah, no, I do see that, yeah. It's just as if what he says is the only thing that's objective. More than 17 seconds are going to have passed soon, by the way. Can I just mention that? The grey smoke disappeared into the darkness of the night. 6 seconds. Oh my god. I really love this immense amount of small talk. Just totally. Oh, by the way, where's Zakudor, by the way? Really good question. You know, they only recently discovered that tobacco isn't all that bad for you. What? They actually discovered it's good for you. They did research and proved it.
どこの研究機関だよ。
Yeah, seriously, what? Who did research like that? The Ministry of Health and Welfare?
嘘だろ。
No way. Yeah, I think lung cancer is really good for us. Yeah. What? It's true. The newest statistical analysis bears it out. For young people, it's almost always good for the body. They say good medicine never tastes good, right? It's just like that. This means what's bitter is better for you. No.
違うだろ。
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, thank you, Yuki, for a sanity check. It's not wrong.
なら苦味を感じる毒物はどうなんだよ。
But the only thing is, there have been more than 6 seconds that have passed. Oh my god, yeah, good point. Yeah, then what about a poison that tastes bitter? Well, of course poison is going to be bitter. But what if it's good medicine? That's actually very true. Yeah, poison and medicine are the same thing. Yeah, medicine can be poison, just OD on something, boom, you're dead. Yeah, poison and medicine are the same thing. Depending on how you take it and how much you use, poison can be medicine. I totally see that, yeah. Yeah, oh my god, that Roman emperor who survived some sort of poison assassination because of his frequent injections of poison or something like that, I forgot. I see that, yeah. That's why tobacco is kind of medicine. I can kind of see that, though. I mean, if you do it... I don't get why it's medicine, though. It's poison that you do over a long period of time. If you smoke over a long period of time, you start addictions, and you also start the ruination of your health and your life. The only reason you could perceive that it's good for you is because of the fact that you're so addicted that you need a smoke. So if you don't have a smoke, you're going to be completely ruined emotionally. So it's good for you because, well, you could think that it's good for you because it's mitigating your emotions, but that's not good at all. Those emotions wouldn't be there if you had no addiction. Right now, the majority party is advocating the classification of tobacco as a designated health food. Weird. But still, this cigarette tastes really good. Tastes? Yeah, seriously, what's up with this doll I'm suddenly talking to? He flicked the cigarette away. It slowly fell to the ground and scattered cinders into the air on him. But fucking hell, is that going to happen to her? That's really, really interesting to think about the fact that seconds are not passing within the same speed as seconds normally pass. That's hilarious. His feet began to rise off the ground. That's weird. Oh! That's not what I was expecting. He took out his pocket watch. Oh my god, that reminds me of my school. Whenever people were on bus duty, they say this exact thing. Oh my god, that's so funny. Please stay behind the white line, it's dangerous.
Hakusen?
White line? Yeah, so... Hakusen. Oh wait, no, that's... Oh my god, that's another thing. That's not Subarashiki Hibi. At some point, the fence had disappeared. Where has Zakuro disappeared to? Seriously. The fence had disappeared and it was replaced by a white line. It felt like I could step right off the roof and into thin air. That's so weird. Agreed, yeah. I guess anything can happen now. Not anything. Not anything at all. Come on, it's dangerous. So please step, but why should we listen to you? Genuinely. Hang on a second, what that really... That's so weird. What the fuck is this? What? Oh, the next steamer is a special direct train to the Summer Triangle. Please step away from the white line. Steamer? I agree, yeah. No, I totally agree. Yeah, this is what surprises you. Not the fact that the doll was the station master. Well, both things do, to be honest. This is a steam train. This is the Milky Way Railroad. That's so weird. Oh my god, look at that! This is wrong. This is so well drawn. Fucking hell. The doors are open. But why are ghosts coming out? I mean, literal ghosts. I love the fact that that spirit room ride. I mean, that is everything that we are experiencing now. It is everything we are experiencing. But we are quite literally the spirits. Well, let's go. What do you mean, let's go? Yeah, exactly though, yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting that they're all ghosts. Suddenly the rooftop was overflowing with people, like a train station. though I had no idea what they were. Aren't you going to get on? I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. Interesting. Even though no one was there a moment ago. Oh, the man in front of me was covered in grime and wore tattered clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well. Oh my god, whose fantasy is this? And why does it seem like everything, this Milky Way railroad, I mean, why does it feel as if the dream of a kid is being lived? And why does it feel like it's insanely powerful as well? I'll inspect your tickets. A teddy bear came out of the train and stood in front of me. Seriously, who are you? I'm the conductor, of course. Come on, if you're going to get on, please show me your ticket. The conductor? Yeah. He looked just like the stuffed animal that fell on me from the rooftop. Here. Takashima-san took a small grey ticket from her pocket. Imagine if they didn't have the tickets, what would happen then? And how about you? Oh no, I don't. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Even if I wanted to get on this mysterious train, it's not like I had a ticket. That's unusual. Sakura is oddly calculated. Again. I pulled out my pockets to show I didn't have anything and pulled out a green piece of paper about the size of a postcard, folded in four. When he saw the paper, he took it from my hand. Let me see. The conductor stood very straight and unfolded the paper carefully. Then as he read it, he kept fidgeting and straightening the buttons on his jacket. What was that? Was it not a ticket after all? Weird. The station master came over too, and they both peered up at the paper and studied it intensely. Yeah, me too. I wonder if they were going to get mad at me. That's weird. You've got something really rare here. Did you bring this from three-dimensional space, sir? Well, yeah, of course, sir, as well. The conductor asked me that while handing the ticket back to me. Yeah, seriously, yeah. How could you respond to that? How could you respond to that? You don't know the answer to that question. But I had no idea how to respond. Yeah. Yeah. This is so weird. But isn't it really interesting to think about the fact that this is the gap between the beginning and the end of the sky? There is just a world that is completely wrong and that is completely binded to somebody's fantasy just within this medium, really. It's so weird. It really is. I just don't get this at all. I just think it's so ridiculous. I mean, why are there teddy bears? Why are there dolls that are really significant to Sakura here? Why is everything is playing out like her thoughts would flow, really? I open the paper. Odd. I opened the paper and it proved to be 10 strange characters printed in the middle of a black arabesque pattern. What's this? My, this is very valuable. Mysterious person. Is it? That's weird. I can't believe you could have something like this and not know about it. What you have here is a ticket that even lets you go to the real heaven. Not just heaven, wherever you like. Why, if you have this, you ought to be able to go anywhere at all on the likes of this Milky Way railway. Of the imperfect, yeah, illusory fourth dimension. Interesting that Zakudor is given something that, whatever this is, it's probably something that's really quite significant to Zakudor. Maybe this is something that's very, very special. No, this really is quite something. Ah, we only stop at this station for 5 minutes. What would happen if we did not board the train though? I really don't get it. Please board the train. This station? Yeah, the rooftop was a train station. Yeah, good point. What is the name of this station? Sukinomiya Kita-hai Rooftop Station? I mean, yeah, seriously, but the only thing is I don't really understand how a school, something designed with the intent of being a school, could be a fourth train station to a fourth dimension of the illusionary to the Milky Way. And every stop on it, obviously it's a flying steam train, because why would it not be? It looks beautiful, by the way. Can I just mention, this steam train is amazingly drawn. Funny, the same badge, by the way. Can I just mention that? Takashima-san and I entered a carriage lit by a row of small yellow lights. The seats in the carriage were covered with plush blue cloth, and were almost all empty. We sat in one of the many empty seats. This is so weird. Then a man who we'd seen outside started talking to us. Oh yeah, this brilliant track, nice. Yeah. The truth, maybe? Well then, where would you like that ticket to take you? Yeah, exactly, yeah, me neither. This is kind of embarrassing, but I actually don't know where we're going. I see. I see. How about we say I don't have any particular place to go, but I thought I'd ride the train to Osaka. Yeah, that's weird. Does this train go to Osaka? Of course it does. Yeah. Does this train have potential to go to the Milky Way? If so, why is it just going to a random Japanese city? Here, look at this map. Map? Takashima-san took out a map that looked like a circular sheet. That's a map. Oh, you didn't receive one at the station? Huh? It was a sparkling stone that seemed to have been cut out of the night sky itself. Is that obsidian? That's weird.
この地図は黒曜石でできています。
Yes, that's right. This map is made of obsidian.
ほら、こうやってこの地図を窓にかざすと。
Look, if you hold it up to the window like this. Oh. Oh, wow. This really is an amazing photo. It's such an odd image just to think about. At that moment, everything before my eyes became suddenly bright, as though light from a trillion phosphorescent squid had been frozen at the same instant and dropped down on the sky. Or as though a diamond company had pretended that it was not making a good haul and had hoarded its diamonds in the hope of keeping the price high, but somebody has suddenly turned the cash upside down and scattered diamond. I love that. Is that moonlight shining on the riverbed? We glanced out the window and watched as the silver pampas grass of the sky that grew along the palely shining banks of the Milky Way river rippled, swayed in the rustling wind. Isn't it interesting that it's so normal for Zakuro? It's not moonlight. It's on account of the silver river of the Milky Way that it shines so. When I stuck my head out of the window, the Milky Way, I became aware of beautiful water, more transparent than glass or even hydrogen, floating soundlessly on. It might have been a trick of the eyes, but at the times the water seemed to form tiny pebble ripples. God, that's amazing. In the fields here and there stood beautiful phosphorescent triangular markers. The far ones were small and sharply etched in orange and yellow. The near ones were large and had a slightly hazy pale blue light. Set in various configurations, some triangular, some rectangular, some in the shape of a lightning bolt or a loop of chain, they filled the fields with their light. It's beautiful. Yes. Imagining this is like a fucking treat. It's absolutely amazing in every respect possible. It's such a good description and such a creative description of such a weird and odd place. If this was a supernatural novel, I'd understand this description. It wouldn't be nearly as impactful because this is just so different to anything I could have expected. The man whispered to himself and something caught my eye.
その手の線はおまじないか何かですか?
Is that line on your hand a charm or something? The line drawn on my hand? This is something my master bestowed upon me. A very enthusiastic person, apt to draw such lines with a pen.
Huh.
Oh. Yeah, I agree. So his master drew a line on his hand with a pen. What a strange person.
その線に何か意味が?
Yeah. Is there some meaning to that line? Well, that took a very wrong turn very quickly. Well, this master's a fucking weirdo. He touched one of the many lines drawn on his body and laughed mischievously. Interesting, that face looked like the same man's face and a completely different man's face at the same time. I lived. Interesting. It's as if they have both died together, and this is where they are going. Maybe Zakudor's actually murdered us. Who knows? It may be unforgivable that I lived to be 82. Well, isn't it funny to think about the fact that we never saw the end of that day? Nothing was really final. Well, no, everything was final actually. But we never saw the end of that day. We never saw the departure of us and Zakudor. We never saw a goodbye. But maybe this is the goodbye because, I don't know, she's taken us with her? I have no idea. It may be unforgivable that I lived to be 82. My satisfaction on that account, however, was less than you might think. You are right that a great longing for survival possessed me continually. I was in continual fear of death and continually struggling, so he must have been really quite ill in his life. Yeah, reasonable. I believe that the struggle against death, the unconditional and self-willed determination to live. The unconditional and self-willed determination to live is the motive power behind the lives and activities of all the outstanding men. My 82 years showed, just as conclusively, that we must all die in the end. As if I had died as a schoolboy. If it helps to justify me, I should like to say this too. My nature had much of the child in it, its curiosity and love for idleness and play. Well, and so it went on, till I saw that sooner or later there must be enough of play. When he read out that description, I got the feeling I knew him from somewhere.
あなたはどちらから来られたのですか?
Yeah, where have you come from? Takashima-san asked that of the man in front of us. I was in the service of a wise master, but for a time I separated from my master and approached the house of my kin. That was because I thought more people than just myself should know of my existence. I had many friends in the mansion, and many guests came every day. That's weird. People who were shocked, who laughed, who cried, who were enraged. I met with many people like that. Interesting, that. That was the wonderful every day that my master allowed me.
そうなのですか。あなたのご主人はあなたを大事にされていたのですね。
Yeah. I mean, he sounds like he's definitely appreciative of the master. Odd about the body-related stuff, but still. Your master truly valued you, didn't he? Yes, truly. Even after I've aged many years and been burned by the flame, I still have the ability to come here. I suppose this is what they call destiny.
手に触れてもいいでしょうか。
Would you mind if I just to see if he's real? Of course, if you wish. Takashima-san softly grasped the man's outstretched hand.
真面目さは時間に関係することなのだ。これだけのことは君に打ち明けておくが、真面目さは時間を尊重しすぎることから生じるのだ。
That is interesting. Yeah, but no, I can totally see that, and it is really interesting. It's just an angle of humanity that you never really thought about. But that's actually really interesting. This, I didn't really get this. Because the only thing is, I mean, you die. Oh, okay, I see that. Maybe it's as if the threat that has caused you to die has become so big in terms of magnitude that it is impossible for you to have this struggle, because the threat is so big that the struggle is totally meaningless. Maybe that could be similar to everything here as well. I don't know. Yeah, because obviously I suppose a schoolboy wouldn't really have the understanding of this concept. They'd be hopeless in a situation like this. Yeah, no, I do see this. I mean, who doesn't have a bit of childishness in them? I mean, let's be honest. Love for playing, love for idleness. Ha, yeah, I like that. But yeah, curiosity, that's not a bad thing to have. It isn't at all. Yeah, but that is really interesting. I wonder where Yuki could potentially have known him from. The only man we've actually seen in this story is Takuji. Nobody else. Yeah, but that's reasonable. That's really quite interesting. And it's actually quite surprising to think about the fact that one person who has been loyal to one master would go to then have loads and loads of people. That social change must be really intense. But the only thing is, this is a little bit unusual. More people than just myself. That requirement is fulfilled. Your master does know of your existence. That's another person who isn't yourself. Or maybe the master is himself, I don't know. I don't think that's likely though. Yeah, he really experienced the full spectrum of people he could actually meet. Yeah, but no, being with his master allowed the possibility for this to happen. Yeah, that is interesting as well. Seriousness is an accident of time. It consists, I don't mind telling you in confidence, of putting too high of a value on time. Yeah, that is very true. Sometimes. But sometimes you need to. It depends on the situation, I think.
私も昔は時間の値打ちを尊重しすぎた。それで100歳になろうと思った。だが、永遠の中には時間は存在しないんだよ。永遠は瞬間に過ぎない。一つの冗談に十分なだけの長さだ。
I too once put too high of a value on time. That's really interesting. I think that's probably reminding us of the last time she had a lover that wasn't Yuki. I too once put too high of a value on time. For that reason I wanted to be 100 years old. In eternity, however, there is no time, you see. Eternity is a mere moment, just long enough for a joke. That's interesting. It's as if eternity only lasts for a mere moment, but at the same time, time passes so slowly in this moment that this moment is, well, it's longer than any lifetime will ever be able to comprehend, really. Let's be honest here. Yeah, that's interesting, just feeling as if time is worth it, and with the seriousness analogy as well, an accident of time. Maybe because of the fact that she wished she was 100 years old, an accident of time had happened so much that she had become that old, so as a result of that she may have needed to be that serious. Are you able to read this line? Interesting. Yuki just sees it as a line though. That's really unusual to think about the fact that Zakudou can read it. I can read it because it is. Because you're Master Juroton.
作家が一握りの人物で戯曲を作るように、私たちは自我の分解したたくさんの部分から絶えず新しい群像を構成します。新しい遊戯と緊張と永久に新しい環境とを持った群像を。
As a playwright shapes the drama from a handful of characters, so do we from the pieces of the disintegrated self, build up ever new groups with ever new interplay and suspense, and new situations that are eternally inexhaustible. That's actually really quite interesting. So it's as if what characters are just components for a drama to be allowed, but I suppose we have components of ourselves that then make it so that we can build it up, and within suspense and just so many events that have so many differences to each other because we have so many parts that are different to ourselves, we can actually happen. We can't actually make it happen.
この発狂したメガホンは一見この世で最も愚劣、無用、禁制なことをやり、どこかで演奏された音楽を無選択に愚劣にさやり、しかも惨めに歪めてふさわしからぬよその場所に叩き込んでいるが、
Takes hold of some music played. Will you please? Takes hold of some music played where you please, without distinction, stupid and coarse, lamentably distorted. To boot, and chucks it into space to land where it has no business to be.
し しかもこの音楽の根本精神を破壊することができず、この音楽によって自らの技術の無力さ、空騒ぎの精神的空虚さを暴露するばかりだ。
And yet after all this, it cannot destroy the original spirit of the music. It can only demonstrate its own senseless mechanism. So now you're meddling in my... Oh yeah, that's interesting. Now it makes a bit more sense. Interesting, this. So I suppose we shape the drama from the parts of our characteristics. It's as if they're just split up into fragments, and which fragments bind together are the parts that shape the drama of our lives, really. And it's interesting that she's metaphorically stating that it takes form of music. And it's also interesting that she's thinking she's really trying to see just beauty in life, to be honest. I mean, she's trying to see nothing that's bad whatsoever, because it says, you know, without distinction, stupid, coarse, lamentably just... Yeah, but that's really interesting. So it's as if what is being said here, I think, I don't really have to understand it all to get a guess at what it means. I think it's saying that we have, like the spirit ride, we are kind of shoved into a place where we have no business to be. Because I mean, if you think about the internal external world theories that she is saying, where do we ever have a place in which we have business to be in? Like, if everything's a simulation and the external world creates the internal world, where is the decision in which we decide, in which it decides, well, where is the decision in deciding if we actually have business to be there? Do we have business to be in a world that we are just made to be in? I mean, our purpose is to be there, but should we be there? That's the question. That's interesting.
Yoく聞きたまえ。君にはその必要があるんだ。さあ、耳を開いて。
Listen then, you poor thing. Listen well, you have need of it.
そうだ。どうだ。ラジオによって暴力を加えられたヘンデルが聞こえるだけじゃない。ヘンデルはこんな鼻持ちならぬ現れ方をしてもやはり神々しいのだ。
And now you hear not only a handle who, disfigured by radio, is all the same in this most ghastly of disguises, still divine. That's interesting. So it's basically saying that, well, I suppose something can be written over and over again, and something can try and replace it. I suppose this can be sort of thinking about how multiple versions of external worlds creating internal worlds could then cause multiple humans to be made. So as a result of that, the multiple humans could just write over the legacy and the things that are good about the original human being. But the thing is, if Zakudon knows who the original human being was, that will still remain to her. Yeah, and the only thing that other external human beings can demonstrate that, for example, are the same as, I don't know, her or Yuki, are, well, the fact that they are external, really, and that their mechanism is evil, and there can't just be one thing. This is really weird. Nothing makes sense. I really hope this is explained. I really do. sound? Wait, are these rumbling sounds? What are those sounds? Is that the wind? Oh, are those sounds coming from the visual novel? Can't tell. Yeah, that's interesting. So something that has been insanely disguised still remains in its original form to be really, really...
そればかりでない。ねえ君。同時にあらゆる生命の優れた比喩が聞こえ、見えるのだ。ラジオに耳を傾けると、未練と現象、永遠と時間、神性と人間性、それらの間の原始的な戦いが
Oh my god, what are those fucking noises?
見える。
Hang on. It's not coming from this. For fuck's sake. Right, okay, I'm back now. A handle, though, really weird. I wonder why that's capitalised. You hear as well, and you observe, most worthy sir, a most admirable symbol of all life. Yeah, I suppose it's this because of the fact that, unlike everything else, it's not been tainted with illusions of what truly is real. I suppose you can listen to radio here because it's a representation of what is genuinely being outputted via the external world. I don't know. I
君のようなたちの人
see
間
that,
には
yeah.
ラジオや人生に批評を加える資格は全くない。むしろまずよく聞くことを学びたまえ。真剣に取るに値することを真剣に取ることを学びたまえ。他のことは笑いたまえ。
It little becomes people like you to be critics of radio or of life either. Better learn to listen first. Learn what is to be taken seriously and laugh at the rest. That's really unusual. The man looked at my expression and understood everything.
私の記
Interesting.
憶ではもっと小さかったけどね。ポケットサイズだったし。
I remember it being smaller than that though. It was pocket-sized. What? That's right. You took me along to the cafe. That's so weird. Oh, that's interesting. Please look at the cross in the stars. Does it make you remember a poem from another day? When I looked out of the window. Oh my god, that's interesting. And look at that, that's the cross on her tie, that's also the cross on Yuki's tie, and funnily enough, the cross that she is wearing on her neck, it really reminds me of that. That's amazing though. God, I just love this imagery, I really do. It looks beautiful on my new monitor as well, which I'm so happy about. Yeah, far downstream, emerging like a single tree out of the invisible water of the river. God. A cross studded with lights of blue, bitter orange, and every colour under the sun. Crowned with a pale white halo of cloud. But we above you, evermore residing in ether's star translumined ice. No, not day, nor night, nor times dividing. We're not age nor sex for our device. All your sins and anguish, anguish self-affrighting. Your murders and lascivious delighting are to us but a show, like the sunset circling go. That's interesting, yeah, changing not our day for night. On your frenzied life we spy, and refresh ourselves thereafter. Yeah, no, this totally, isn't it interesting? This reminds me of what I do. Let's be honest, it's as if I am looking into this existence and this life. Do I have permission to look? I mean, obviously I do because I'm reading this, but do I really have It's as if we are on the spirit ride because these people don't really exist. We are just watching from an outside perspective. And it reminds me of this because we spy on these people's frenzied lives because it is crazy. I mean, why are we seeing something like this? But then we refresh ourselves thereafter after we finish reading and we go to bed. Or at least I go to bed after I've read the story. Yeah. Right, let's see if we can interpret this poem. But we above you. We above you. Yeah. We who have more control than puny little humans do. Evermore as I. Yeah, I like that. That's so relevant. Yeah, you don't need it. I suppose this is all reasonably easy to understand, but this, I suppose, it shows it doesn't matter which age or sex you are, because it could be anybody who could be a show to these people who are higher above. With the stars in order fleeing, our breath is winter in our sight. Fawn's the dragon of the sky. Cool and unchanging is our eternal being. Cool and star bright is our eternal laughter. A current of excitement ran through the train. All that could be heard here and there was a happy cry, as when a child leaps up and plucks a gourd or a sigh. Ineffably deep and humble. Isn't it interesting that everything's totally ambiguous? Then gradually, the cross came abreast of their window, and they could see the circlet of clouds, pale as the flesh of apples, slowly, gently turning. Hallelujah, hallelujah. The voices of the people resounded bright and joyful, and from the farthest, oh my god, I misread that. And from the farthest reaches of the sky, that chill sky, everybody heard the indescribably fresh, transparent call of a trumpet. Then, passing a cluster of signals and electric lamps, the train gradually slowed, until at last it came to a full stop directly opposite the cross. I'm happy that I had the chance to meet you. We'll walk from space to space in glad progression, and should not cling to one as homestead for us. The cosmic spirit will not bind nor bore us. It lifts and widens us in every session. No. Oh, fuck's sake. Why? Oh no, where's the audio? Oh, there we go. Nice. Well, I don't want to continue because I feel like we're going to go on to something else, but isn't that really interesting? It's as if this... No, I can't say that. yeah, let's see if we can get any sense out of this poem. So, yeah. And isn't it interesting? You know, when you read something, you form a connection with that book, and it's as if this book here is sentient, so it can respond back, really. Yeah, that really is interesting. I feel like this is going to be one I can really come back to because I don't understand much of it at all at the moment. I mean, I can guess, and I've just been thinking in my head potential guesses, but yeah, this one's definitely the most difficult, I think. Thank you. In the next instant, and that's really interesting to think about the fact that his form had disappeared. So, has the man disappeared? I think it might have. So, I think this man was made within the form of Yuki's book. Genuinely. The train was over half empty now. All at once, it had become lonely and deserted, with the wind rushing in. We looked and saw all the people kneeling devoutly on the shores of the Milky Way River in front of the what? We saw a godlike figure robed in white, approaching with outstretched arms across the invisible water of the heavenly river. But at that moment, a glassy whistle blew, and just as the train was beginning to move, a silvery mist rolled smoothly in from farther downstream and blocked their view.
Yuki-san?
Yuki-san. Yeah, then what's going to happen now? The only passengers left were the two of them.
あそこが石炭袋です。空の穴です。
There's the coal sack over there. It's a hole in the sky. I looked at where she was pointing. Oh, that's weird. Wow. In one part of the heavenly river gaped a huge pitch black hole. I could not tell how deep the bottom was. Yeah, or what might be inside. No matter how much I peered into it, rubbing my eyes, I could make nothing out. Only my eyes began to smart. What? Those are all lines out of Night on the Milky Way Railroad. Yeah, indeed, our story ended with a story.
ここでジョバンニとカンパネルラは別れることになる。
This is where Giovanni and Campanella have to part ways.
ここが彼らの物語の終着点だった。
This is the final stop for their story.
はい。
And that does actually really tie into how Yuki and Zakuro would part ways on the 20th. If she felt it was right to know. Yes, that's right. What the fuck?
なら
Oh
ば、
wow.
ここから先は私だけで行かなくちゃいけないってことなんでしょ。
This is so unusual. Then from here on out, I have to walk alone. Yes.
そうか。そうだったんだよね。
That's so odd. See, so that's how it is. When did I realise? No, I got the feeling there was no totally. I'd probably understood everything from that moment.
世界そのものの少女って私のことだったんだね。
Yeah, that is interesting. The girl who was the world itself was me.
はい。
Yes. God, yeah, she says it so
高
humbly.
島さんが探していた終わりと始まりの空。
And the beginning and end of the sky that you were looking for.
それはこの幻想世界の終わりの空。そして
Yeah.
現実世界の始まりの空。
But the only thing that's really weird is how is this world illusionary and what is in the real world? That was the end of this illusionary world sky and the beginning of the sky in the real world.
高島さんはこの幻想世界と現実世界の境界線を探してたってことだよね。
Yeah, no, and I suppose this is what was found. So you were looking for the border between the illusionary world and the real
幻
world.
想世界と現実世界ですか。それほど明確に分けられるのでしたらいいのですが。
The illusionary world and the real world, is it? I wish they were so clearly demarcated.
ただ私は
Demarcated.
あなたを元の世界に返そうとしていました。
That's really weird. I just tried to return you to your original world
巻き込んでしまったあなたを。
because you got caught up in this. But Yuki wouldn't have got caught up in this if... I was about to say Angie, what the fuck? I meant, Zakuro hadn't made her.
巻き込んだか。
I got caught up, huh? From that twilit rooftop. A girl jumped over the fence. I saw it happen.
確かに一瞬大きな音を聞いたような気がしたんだよね。
I remember that! Ooh, I definitely did hear a loud sound, at least for a moment.
落ちてくるぬいぐるみが肌に触れる瞬間に、
The moment that doll touched my skin.
あの日の夕方、あのマンションから落ちてきたのはぬいぐるみじゃないんだよね。
That's so interesting. What the fuck? That evening, it wasn't a doll that fell through the rooftop, was it?
はい。それは私自身です。
No, that was me.
高島さん自身が落ちてきた。
You were the one who fell,
はい。
激突したわけ。
and that's how you hit me.
はい。そうなります。
But what the fuck is going to happen when she returns to the real world, though? Because this is... I just can't believe this is an illusionary world. That is so weird. That really is. Yes, that's how it
なる
happens.
ほどね。ってことは、この銀河鉄道の先って、
Yeah!
つまらない場所なんだ
Yeah!
ね。
Which means that the destination of this Milky Way railroad is a pretty boring... I can't believe this. It makes sense so much. It's not even a twist that you have to try hard to understand. No, everything here is natural, and it just fully fits. That's the thing. It really does.
つまらない場所
Well, she's gonna be dead though.
だって
Surely?
目覚めは病院のベッドってことになるんでしょ
Or even worse, surely? After all, wouldn't that mean we're going to wake up in a hospital bed?
それはわかりません。
Well, you've just jumped off.
わからない
You don't?
はい。わかりません。
No, not
結
really.
構目覚めるのは天国とかだったりして
Exactly. Or we might even wake up in
い
heaven.
いえ。そんな世界は存在しないと思います。
No, I don't think that world exists.
なら地獄とか
But the only thing is, if this story is all an illusion, whose illusion is it? Then hell, maybe?
そんな世界も存在しません。
That world doesn't exist either.
ここから先の世界は
Such a weird
あなたが見知った
storytelling method. I love it.
あ
The
り
world
ふれた
ahead is
風景の世界です。
the world ahead is a familiar sight. It's a world filled with ordinary sights.
とりあえずどっかに戻るんだ
Yeah. Will she retain this, I wonder? But it's an illusion, why would she? So at the very least, I'll be going back somewhere.
はい。ベガとハルタイル、そしてデネブの3つの星が輝く空の下に。
Isn't it interesting that this is the world of the Summer Triangle? With everything about the triangles, the triangle could make up anything. It could make up any object. An infinite line is a triangle as well. Oh my god! Wait, hang on a second. You remember that old man with the hand that had lines on, and you know, the one that had the master, and he had wanted more people to see him in life, so he went to the mansion and lived a great life. I think that could have a reference to him. You know, an infinite line is just... Oh, it shows infinite possibilities, and the fact that the triangle can encompass everything, I suppose that kind of shows how the world of the triangle has encompassed this illusionary world. Wow. Yeah, God, seeing something ordinary after seeing something as beautiful as this. I mean, I even find it hard to think about, even though I'm just thinking about it. Beneath the
お別れ
sky.
です。
Yeah, this is our party.
うんそうなるんだね
God. Yeah, I guess it
ごめん
is.
なさい。
I'm sorry.
もういいよ謝るのは
What the fuck is... No, is she becoming... You don't need to apologise anymore.
ならもう一つだけ言わせてください。
Then please let me say one more thing.
もう一つ
One more thing.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
私に生を与えてくれたのは
Yeah, agreed. Yeah,
あなたでした。
you were the one who gave me life.
私はずっとあなたのことを愛してました。
I always loved you.
全くご迷惑な話ですが、この世界で再び会えたことに感謝しております。
I still will never understand, after this explanation, why Zakura has known Yuki before. But maybe she has been saved before, and maybe what is actually happening is she's going through a constant cycle where she tries to make it so that the world departs. Then maybe she kills herself in hope of something possibly happening. And every single time she goes and she finds Yuki. So maybe that was the reason. And it all makes sense. I mean, how much she forced herself into Yuki's life. That all makes sense. But the only thing is, maybe this is the second time she's done it. Maybe that's why this has occurred. And, you know, all of the stuff, like, for example, why did Zakudon know about the piano place? Why did it seem as if she was prepared? Why did she know the same book and the same poem as Yuki? I mean, there are so many things that just so tell us that she has seen this before. I'm sure I was just no, don't think that, my god. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have loved Subahibi, and I wouldn't want to read on. Let's be honest, because she has given us such an interesting start to the story. I'm sure I was just a nuisance, but I'm thankful that I was able to meet you again in this world. Yeah, and I do find it interesting. It makes sense the times where Zakuro was so sad about us just not understanding what was occurring. It's because these are her last moments. I mean, they need to be understood. And what I also find interesting about this is yeah, God, it's just so painful. All of the date-related stuff. When you really think about the fact that this is basically just a dying girl's last wish. Could you imagine what she must have been feeling on that school rooftop when she was dropping the doll for practice? Yeah, I'm thankful that you let me experience something so wonderful, even as I was walking this road that I must walk. I know, that's evil. Oh, totally. Yeah. In my short life here in this world that you call an illusion, I made many memories. God. Just feel happy for her, but you feel really sad at the same time. Even if it is an illusionary world, they're the best memories I have. Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, I love that link. Even if it is a cheap... Even if it is a cheap... Even if it is just a cheap, good-for-nothing dream world, even then, the time I spent with you... Every day was wonderful. What the fuck is going to happen now? The world was covered in white. Unbroken white. Now reality hits. A world of nothing but white. An astonishing world. A world where you could neither, you can just observe because you are powerless. Let's be honest here. A world where you could neither move forward nor run away. But still I forged ahead. Oh my god. So she's in her school uniform and... Wow. God, what a magical piece of scenery. I love the colour scheme. They did it brilliantly. This has got to be the best CG we've seen of Yuki so far. I mean, this is amazing. I love this art so much. Like, seriously, I love it. Even though the scenery around me didn't change at all, I kept on running. Takashima-san. Obstinance, vanity, scruples, discrimination, pride. Interesting. Takashima-san left all those bothersome things behind. But Yeah, I will continue to demand my tobacco, my rooftop, and my frilly dress. Yeah, no, and I totally see that because I hate to say it, but I think Zakudor might be dead. I don't know, maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance she won't be. If that was the road by which I was supposed to return, I remembered the sunflower. Oh my god, yeah, that sunflower in the window, that it was just wrong. And I realised something. Sunflowers bring to mind an offering of flowers. Actually, he was the one who said that. Is that, Simono? They look like, chrysanthemums because they both belong to, oh my god, that's a species name, I don't know. I've walked through this white world before. Agreed. Yes, this is the second time I had to walk this road. This inescapable white world. World of death, potentially? It was just like the road beyond that field of sunflowers. Yeah, I exist if I desire it, huh? In that white world, I remembered it all. Yeah, and then reality would hit. I knew that when I woke from this dream, I would have forgotten most of it, but pointed to the end of that endless white pathway. The world is a vessel. Oh yeah, that which can fill the vessel. I pressed to my chest the truth I'd found and exited the white room. It's as if this is the world that she is perceiving, so she is the thing that can fill it. I was done being a ghost. God. Yuki opened her eyes. Oh my god, what the fuck are we gonna see now? Oh. Okay. That was not what I was expecting whatsoever. So she opened her eyes on the first second. Right, I'm listening to this, sorry. Talk later. I like it. Well, I like this part. Ooh. Oh, that was a sudden increase in terms of intensity. Oh. God, this really ends chaotically. Oh look, we can see the cast here. Kisaragi. That's what a coincidence. How many times have I mentioned Kisaragi Eki in this? That's hilarious. I like to think of all of these stars as all of the stars that are flowing from the Milky Way galaxy. It's as if once the Milky Way galaxy's end has been reached, the stream has been ending, and all you can see... No, better way of thinking about it, the dream has been ending, but you've been blinded with bright white light. All you can see is sort of remnants of it. You know, when your eyes are really, really damaged and you see all of those, you just see distortions of colour. But the only thing is, the distortions of colour here, they coincidentally are they just are kind of in the form of the Milky Way galaxy. Alright, here we go, we've got the logo. Wow. Now we're entering the real world. Oh, it's ended. Wow, I wonder what's going to happen now. Oh! A really, really eye-destroyingly bright white light. Ah. Extras. Oh. But it's as if we've finished the visual novel. We have not finished the visual novel. This is just the first chapter. Hang on, what happens if we start it again? Huh? I'm so confused. What? Oh, this is weird. What? I've not finished the visual novel, have I? Right, it looks like this is really quite odd because, well, I don't know. Have I finished the game? Have I not? I don't really get why it's the case that it feels like we finished it. So my idea is that maybe it's dependent on the choices we choose for the King's game. But the only thing is I don't really understand that because this just seems like an inevitable option. I don't understand what we do next. Hang on. My idea is we skip everything and then... No, this stuff is the same. But where could it possibly get different? I mean, no, it's all the same. But where would it start to differ? Well, yeah. It's just all the same. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to research that because I actually have no clue where to go. So, oh, yeah, look at that. There's proof that we haven't finished. There's 7 chapters in this, so... Yeah, I looked in the scene collection. Can't be bothered to show it because I don't want to censor stuff. But, yeah, there were 2 scenes that we haven't completed yet. I don't know what to do. So, yeah, I suppose we're going to look into that. I have no idea. Hang on a sec. I just want to see something. Okay, I'm surprised that there's no NSFW here. But, yeah, look at this. Even more of my same theory being proved. Look. All of these are locked. I bet you anything it's due to the choices that you have in the King's game. I will research it, though, because I have no idea. Anyway, though, my God, that was so interesting. That really, really was. And that was just really unusual to think about the fact that all of this is illusionary. All of it is. I mean, all of this is basically just the event of somebody who is sentient and yet who is dead. Well, no, it's not really that. It's just as if... No, I don't know. How do I want to interpret this? Because, I mean, somebody has basically been saved from dark... Well, no, Sakura has been killed. But at the same time, it's as if... Well, it's as if Sakura has been killed in the internal world, but... So, obviously, she's fated to die in the external world, but... And same for Yuki. So, maybe as a result of being killed in the internal world at the same time, they've just gone into the external world, the world of the dreams, at the same time. And isn't it interesting? There's so many things that are just really uncharacteristic. Like, for example, Kagami's really sudden personality change. Well, no, increase. I mean, that was so sudden, so unusual. She went from really stressed Karen to somebody who was always really approachable and really nice and just very composed. And that's probably because all of the characters are just trying to fit within the personality, well, within all of the requirements of Blimmin' Yuki's dream. I don't know though, it's really odd. But yeah, what I'm very, very interested in is how the story's going to progress from here, and if it's going to progress. I don't know what we're meant to do. I really don't. What about options? I don't know. Yeah, there's so much we haven't checked out, so I just don't know what we're going to do from here. But yeah, also, my god, can I just comment on how cool July, the infinity of July was? God damn. I mean, that train journey, that was so sweet. And that theme song that sounded like, oh, it just sounded so soft, that piano theme. It really did, and I think it was brilliant for such a moment of peace and a moment of, well, no. I mean, the reason why life is so stressful is you're always tied by obligations. You're always expected to do things. But with that, it's just as if you've been totally freed by it. And you're getting the best and most beautiful reward you possibly can. And isn't it interesting that Zakuro, her original intent, she's originally committed a crime. She's felt too guilty about it. So as a result of that, she's jumped off the roof. Yeah, God. It's going to be really interesting to learn more about this story. But, yeah. My God. I don't know what to say, man. That was so amazing. See, the thing is, I love it when writing is done creatively and good, because some of those descriptions of the Milky Way, some of the best descriptions I think I've actually read in a visual novel. So provocative of the imagination. Absolutely loved them. And my God, I'm going to be thinking about that train journey, and I'm going to be rethinking about it for, well, maybe not that much time, but easily the entirety of this night. Man, that was brilliant. I really hope you guys enjoyed this, and yeah, see you next time. I don't know what we're doing, but yeah, we'll find out.